יוני לוי, לאופנוע, בבקשה להגיע. חבר'ה, בוקר טוב. אנחנו רוצים להדגיש, ולא לגבי היום, אני מדבר על מחר, I'm talking about Saturday. אנחנו מקדימים את הזינוק ל-7 בבוקר. מחר בבוקר, 7 בבוקר, והזינוקים המראים שבעקבותיהם מתקדמים ל-7 is at 7 o'clock. Not as we published at 8, it's at 7 o'clock.
Good luck today.
מסופה שקמה על הבוקר עם הלוק שלה ביוקר לא בודק את המחיר. אני לא צריכה לשאול את המראה במעלית, אני יודעת מי הכי יפה בעיר. אני כולם מחכים לה על הממתינה.
And now we are 9 minutes and I'm very happy to welcome to the head of the race from the Grandmasters category, Noam Schiller and Dan Zygmunt, בראש הטור לקו הזינוק, בגרנדמאסטרס, נועם שילר ודן זיגמונד, in the masters category. אני שמח לקבל אל ראש הטור על קו הזינוק בקטגוריית המאסטרס את המובילים יובל פרידמן ונועם סטרשנוב. In the mixed category, ליאן ויטקין וצחי בן גיגי. בקטגוריה המעורבת, ליאן ויטקין וצחי בן גיגי. In the women category, very happy to welcome Kim Ames and Sophie Van Berswick. And in the men category, Georg Iger and Lucas Baum.
כאילו אין מחר, רוצה את המספר? תרשום 052-538-164, תוסיף גם 8, הוא בטח לא מפסיק עכשיו להתקשר. אופס, הבאתי לו מספר אחר.
We got 5 minutes to the start, we've just been told.
We have got 5 minutes to the start of this second stage
of Bara Epic Israel. I'm excited, Elliot. What about you?
I don't know, but after yesterday's stage, I had to go and have a sleep for 2 hours just to calm down.
Well, I'm sure the riders had to sleep for even more. We had a very tough stage yesterday, haven't we?
Yeah, we've been talking to the riders after the stage. I mean, there's so many stories going around about individual stories of how they coped and what happened to them.
Seemed like a total battlefield yesterday. Many riders said that the way back that looked easy, looked like 30 kilometers down. That was what we said. Apparently wasn't easy at all.
No, because they didn't expect the wind in their faces, did they, all the way back?
They had the headwind, they had the rolling hills, the little incline that doesn't look so big on the profile, but feels hard on the legs.
And they already had 80 Ks in the legs anyway, so it's good. It all works. It all adds up, doesn't it?
Well, when you have 80 kilometers in your legs, you need to shift up the gradient of the profile map with a few percentages just to, it feels harder.
Well, apparently some of the riders, even the pro riders, went to Gal later on and asked what was going on with the graph, because they were surprised how hard it actually was.
Many riders were surprised, and they're up for another not easy stage today, stage 2, 78 kilometers long.
It's a bit shorter. It's a bit, there's one big climb in the beginning, up to the highest point on the Carmel. Drop down a little bit, another half a climb up, and then it's up and down, up and down. It looks like it's going to be a cross-country course with singles and climbs.
It does look like it, and they have 20 kilometers of single track today, which isn't easy at all. It's no rest. For 20 kilometers, it's over an hour for the non-professional riders. Could be an hour for the professional riders as well. It's hard work.
It will be hard, but especially, you said this is the second stage. It's not really, it's the third stage. And their legs are going to be a bit heavy in the morning. They're going to have to spin the legs a little bit more, won't they, before the climb, just to get that lactic acid out.
Well, luckily they do have, as you said, 15 to 20 kilometers before they reach the climb. But as we saw yesterday, the Germans aren't going to slow down before the climb as well. They're not going to wait. They push full gas from the beginning.
And we saw them already in the morning on the trainer. They were the only ones on the trainer warming up. They've come on the start line already sweating and ready to race.
I saw them on the trainer. They looked focused. They look like they're ready to race. They look like they're not easing up at all.
And the trainers, they didn't bring them from Germany. They come from here from Wahoo, our sponsor.
And now we can see the profile, the height profile for this stage. So we have this big climb, as you said, to Shokef, one of the highest peaks of the Carmel Mountain, up to nearly 500 meters. We'll have the feed zone there. Then we'll go down a few little inclines.
That's
and then
straight down, isn't it? Look at that, straight down.
It is a pretty sharp and technical descent over there. We hope all the riders will stay upright on their bike. And then we have that long single track of Chofa Carmel, 20 kilometers long. And there is a surprise that we'll say after this broadcast starts, just in case someone hears.
We'd like to apologize as someone's turned the volume up on the music. I don't know who it is. It's not us. But the vibe is going now, isn't it? You can feel it through you.
The vibe is going, and I think all the riders are starting to get pumped up for this race. We just saw some talking between Schiller and Zygmunt, the leaders of the Grandmasters category, after winning the previous prologue and first stage.
And I was mingling with the riders a little bit earlier, just listening to the stories they had. And some guys were telling me they had 2, 3, and together they had 5 punches even, but they fixed them all and everybody got back. The guys that did have problems with tyres were getting free tyres from Shimano, which is great to hear.
I've heard you counted, or you heard that count of the number of tyres that were changed yesterday.
Oh, I have to get the list. I've already forgotten. Hang on. Here we go. Shimano, working from 5 to 7, with 3 mechanics or more in Effie. They changed more than 30 tyres yesterday.
30 tyres?
30 tyres. Joe's supplied them, apparently with 40 litres of sealant to put in everybody's tyres, not just the 30, okay?
Well, obviously, but that's still a huge amount of tyres and sealant.
And also, Joe's also supplied every racer here the option to use the power washer.
That's very, very kind of them. Many of the sponsors here in the race village are very kind to help the riders pass through this race in their best possible position for their bikes and for their bodies.
Yeah, I mean, even though I see the mechanics have been working all day and into the night, and they're on the start line watching the start again.
Yeah, we're just about to have, the riders are just about to leave for the second stage of Bara Epic Israel. We're 15 seconds before the beginning of this stage.
Now today we've got extra riders on, haven't we?
We have got some extra riders. Let's just see our leading riders leaving the race village.
4, 3, 2, 1, let's go!
we're off.
So the anchor says, let's go.
And again, we got Gal in the car in the front, just calming everybody down in the beginning. There was a bit of talk about riders trying to get to the front when they shouldn't really have been doing it yesterday. So just a little bit calmer today, please, guys and girls.
I won't be surprised if it won't be calm at all, because riders like to get as close to the start as possible, as close to our race leaders, our pro riders. They should get far away from them. They're pro riders who this is their only job. That's what they do for a living.
And we should respect them as well as amateurs.
Absolutely. So stage 2 of Bara Epic Israel is underway. And the riders are just about to leave the race village. As you said, they're riding behind Gal in the car. It will be a neutral start as usual, except for the prologue, obviously. And as you said, we have more riders joining this stage.
Yeah, Gal and Edith and Ilan have opened up an option for riders to turn up for the Friday, Saturday and ride. They don't have to ride 2 days at once, they can ride one day or the other. And today we've got another 80 plus riders on the track.
Well, but they won't start all together, won't they?
No, they're 15 minutes later and they got red numbers if you see them on the TV screens.
Yeah, so we will be able to distinguish who's from each category. I'm not sure they'll see them catching up with the first riders.
No,
maybe they'll catch up with
the back riders,
slower riders, not as fast riders.
Back riders in the back. I'd just like to say about the start, I saw Ford. Ford is the Shimano rep running from the start box with his front wheel back to the pits to get more sealant put in. There was some sort of problem. Now even a rep from Shimano, so nervous, he went into the box unprepared.
Well, it can happen to anyone. And we even heard from Yuval Friedman and the Noam Strashnov yesterday. They also had a flat tire before the race has started.
Yeah, it's all that, I think, just nerves, and it just gets you, doesn't it? And you maybe don't know this, or you think it's going to be okay, then you get on into the box and then you start worrying about it too much, and then you make a decision there.
Yeah, or a little nerves when you get into one of the curves of the sidewalks here.
Yeah, I saw one guy had forgotten one glove, and he was asking if anybody had a spare glove he could give him.
What would you do in that case? Ride with one glove or none?
Well, he was told to ride with none because other people do.
I would do that too.
I do it too.
Too much imbalance trying to ride with one glove on and one glove off.
Yeah.
This is the roundabout in the enter of Kibbutz Nachsholim. This time the riders will take a left turn. Yesterday they continued straight, went south and then east. This time we'll start heading north and east towards the region of the Carmel Mountain.
And while we have a bit of downtime before the action actually starts, I collected some names and numbers just in times, and we would just like to put them out there. They're not pro riders, they're amateurs that have come here, paid their own money and come. I'm just looking for the number. Here we go. 107 Maroda and Jordi from South Africa. The two ladies, mature ladies, they finished under 7 hours, I think. 102 Johanna and Marina from the Norwegian and the Ecuadorian girls finished at 6 hours 10. And Marianne rode it with no front fork.
Wait. No front fork?
Yeah, there was a fork, but it wasn't working. With no suspension.
So no suspension?
No, she's had 2 days of problems with the front fork. But apparently the Shimano guys have fixed it. A mechanic in Norway put the wrong oil in, apparently. It heated up.
No.
It started to heat up and stopped working through the race.
That sounds tragic.
Not very
she
good,
really needs that front fork today for 20 kilometers of single tracks.
And we can also put in Udi and Bashir, 370 for Julius. They've been pestering me for days already to mention them. They did it in 7 hours 48. And what they like to say from Julius, my local village is next to my kibbutz, they've got 15 riders here.
Wow.
Yeah, I think they've all had a cup of coffee together and organised themselves.
Sounds like a nice way to start the morning. It looks like the riders have started racing already. So it looks like the Spaniard, I think it's Adrian from the Spanish team, already pushing on the pace. We saw him yesterday leading his Spaniard companions to 3rd place.
And they rode such an intelligent race yesterday, didn't they? I noticed in the first feed zone they were maybe 4 minutes down, and they rode cleverly and finished ahead of the Israeli couple and the Italians.
Absolutely, a very smart race from them yesterday.
And they also joined up with their companions, Spanish companions, didn't they, and helped each other.
Yes, it was Adrian Garcia Montes and Unai Mateus Garrido, number 7, who finished 4th yesterday, just 2 seconds behind Victor Fernandez Grande and Manuel Cordero Morgado, who finished third yesterday. They also finished third overall last year, and they're back in third position overall this year. So we're already a few kilometers into today's stage. We see the riders are still packed up together, but the pace is starting to go on.
Well, they have less time before the first hill today, don't they? Only 15 Ks.
15 Ks, and then things will get serious, as we say here. It's a long climb up to Shukef. We're starting from sea level, and we're reaching nearly 500 meters above sea level.
Apparently there's a big discussion how actually high is it. We're not going to go into how high we're going. Some people say 480, some people say 500.
I saw 497.
Okay.
We'll measure with the Garmin's later.
You can see here that the race is on, but the break hasn't been made yet. I think we've got a lot of masters rider on the back trying to hold on to the front peloton and get sucked along until the start of the climb.
Well, I wouldn't say it's like a free ride up to the beginning of the climb, because it's very difficult for the masters to hold a pace like that. These are elite riders, but it is a way to get to the first climb very, very quickly. You just need to make sure you don't go over the red zone. You don't want to be in the red zone for the first 45 minutes before such a long climb and then such a long single track we have today.
Well, we already talked about that in the last couple of days, that when you start racing, if you're a true racer, everything goes out of your brain, and you just want to keep on that back wheel and sense, and your calculations go out, and you make the wrong one quite easily. It depends how fast you can recover from going in the red in the beginning.
Well, and the pros are experts in going in and out of the red. Masters try to do it as well as possible, but it's still not as good as the pros, who are also stronger. They just have better form. You can just see some great images from our Isracopter helicopter, giving us live image of this Bara Epic Israel 2022 edition. We started this race from Nachsholim Beach, where our race village is located.
I mean, the viewers from abroad will see it's quite dry here at the moment. Within the next month, it should start raining and becoming green again, isn't it?
Absolutely will.
We haven't had rain since May here, have we?
No rain since May, so it's a long dry season here in northern Israel, in Chof HaKarmel region. But as you said, when the winter starts, it gets way more green.
We can see there a stop camera on some sort of junction. Let's hope it's not taking pictures, because the riders aren't stopping for anything.
They're not stopping for anything, and they are going fast. I would give them a ticket.
They may get tickets because they got the numbers on the back, haven't they?
Yeah, they have all their ID on there. So they take a left-hander to one of the fields here. So we started to talk about the race village a little bit. Let's get familiar with it. So Nachsholim is the village where the race village is located. So the name Nachsholim is referring to Nachshol, which is a wave in Hebrew, and it expresses the founder's will to fish. To fish fishes, like to fish in the sea. It's established in June 1948 by Turkish immigrants and country natives. And it's actually... We're just going to see replays of riders getting confused on this left-hander. Ooh, we see one rider continuing straight while everyone else is taking a left-hander.
That's one of the top riders at the front of the group, isn't it?
Has to be a top rider.
Again, when you're in the middle of the pack there, you're not looking ahead, you're just looking to where see the rider in front of you is going.
So that's good when you're in the middle of the pack, but when you're in the front and you're not focused for a moment, you can lose lots of ground. He was in first position. I think he can be like 30th, 40th position, because they're flying up through here. So just talking about Nachsholim, said it was found in 1948, but it's not the first attempt to people to live here. Yeah, to establish the area. The first attempt was in 1891. Here we can see our riders getting out of the corner.
They're quite tranquilo, aren't they? They're not pushing on at the moment.
It's again Adrian Garcia.
And I think he's missing his partner, isn't he?
Could have been his partner taking the wrong turn, and that may be the reason that he's quite tranquilo. I think that may have been his partner over there with the turquoise helmet. That's how I remember him.
Yep. I mean, it won't take long for him to get back in, will it?
It will be no time. It's Unai, Adrian's partner. So the first attempt to establish the village of Nachsholim happened in 1891, when Rothschild founded a factory where he wanted to make a wine bottle factory. Because he did open his vineyards in Zichron Yaakov, and you make wine, but you need to put it somewhere. So the wine bottles were supposed to be made here.
From sand, probably, isn't it? They make
it from sand, but there was a problem with the sand. We talked about where the sand comes from, and actually there was a problem with it, because they were used to some French techniques of wine bottle making, and they were not suitable for the sand in Israel, so the place had shut down, and no one lived here till 1948. And the place that the wine bottle factory was called the Mizgaga. And if you wander around Nachsholim nowadays, you will still see the Mizgaga. It now became a museum.
And are there any of the old wine bottles still around, or they've gone?
So the museum shows a few things. First of all, it shows finding from archaeological digs in the area from Dor, which is very close here. We have here thousands of years of history that the digs show. The digs have found and are shown in the museum, the Mizgaga. And they also have a nice glass museum, how people used glass over the ages. So if you're a glass fan, it's the place to be.
I know in Kisaria there's a shop that sells fancy glasses, as I remember. You can buy decorative glasses, you can buy souvenirs there.
So all of Chof HaKarmel is a great place for glasses, isn't it?
Again, we're going through the best of the agricultural land in Israel here. These are probably bananas underneath. They're all generally underneath what's called reshit. How do you call reshit in English? Nets. That's right. Sorry. There's also a lot of avocados. Avocado has become very, very. It's become the superfood really of Israel at the moment. The produce of the farmers.
Well, everyone likes a good avocado. So a few kilometers into the race, nothing much has happened yet, except for one rider confusing on the way on the left turn, or not taking the left turn. We see little splits are forming. I assume that the leading elite men riders are up in the front. We'll still see how the groups are forming behind, how the masters, women, grandmasters, and mixed categories are doing behind. We will soon get some images from inside the pelotons, from inside the riders.
Hopefully no one's had any punches yet, because yesterday it seemed like there was a disease going through the peloton of just having everybody seemed to have a puncher, or at least one.
Yeah, not every puncher was a simple puncher as well. We see the riders crossing under one of the roads here in the area. That was our leading motorcycle, who leads the way for the riders, clears it up, and shows them where to go, as well as the many arrows on the road.
Unfortunately, some of them aren't watching their lead motorcycle then on some of the corners.
One of them.
One of them today. Won't be mentioning his name. And you can see he's just sitting there waiting, isn't he?
It's again Adrian Garcia leading the way on his own.
And he's got no one wants to join him really. Carly's having a little think about it. Should we join up? Should we push on? But where is his partner, you see?
His partner may be a little behind.
There's the
second. Still can't see him. These are the Spaniards, Italians, and here is his partner, Unai.
He's the one who messed up, and now he's got to get back on.
So all the leading riders, the leading 5 teams are together. We just saw Gainiv,
back there.
Nadav Reisberg, the Germans, the Italians, both Spaniard duos, and I think we're in. I think that's everyone. And Charlie Martin.
That looks like the selection's being made now.
Yeah, so a big push from Adrian Garcia. He had a very good finish at second half for yesterday's stage. These are the Germans over there.
They're just sitting quietly, aren't they?
Well, they did do their warm-up, so they don't need to warm up like Adrian is doing right now in the front. Looks like Guy Neve over there, making his way back to the lead group.
I would like to say that yesterday that we talked about the feed zones and water zones and how important it was. We saw that the Italian couple and the Israeli Guy Neve and Nadav couple messed up a bit on their plans, and they paid for it in the middle of the race. It wasn't even in the end.
They have, as we see, the leading women, leading in the categories still, at least, and the leading grandmasters as well, Noam Schiller and Dan Zygmunt. We just saw Sophie and Kate leading women in the pink jersey. So they're not so far from the leaders right now.
No, and I think you can also see that the riders aren't so keen to push on in the beginning in this morning. I think their legs, they're probably still feeling their legs a little bit from yesterday.
I'm sure they're feeling their legs, but I won't be surprised if they are pushing it, and it doesn't look like it. Sometimes the speed don't look so fast on the cameras, but I heard from riders who tried at least to stay near the front up till yesterday's first climb, and they said it was really, really difficult to stay even close to the leading riders. More and more riders go under that road.
That's road 2, isn't it, on the coast road?
Looks like 2 or 4, one of them. They're very close in this area of the country. This looks like Lukas Kaufmann or Milan Damek, if I'm not confused, number 5.
Now we can see the speed.
We can feel the speed, and there are little gaps being formed.
That's what he said. I having to close up, maybe.
This is the back of the leading group, indeed.
Yeah, there's his partner, just ahead there.
It is his partner, and if the camera would have continued a little more, we would have seen the Germans, the Italians, I suppose, Israelis, Charlie and Zaltzman.
But what we could see, one of the Spanish couples were up the front, and I think they were ready for it today.
One partner was there. I didn't see the other one yet.
No, he's got to get back on. But if you're sitting on the front waiting, then you must have had a plan to go off and hard today.
Well, it is Adrian, and Adrian had a very good finish yesterday. We saw him, we talked to him. He was very happy with his finish yesterday.
He was over the moon, wasn't he?
He was over the moon. He had a great ride.
Because there's a bit of a traffic jam there for the Masters riders. That's part of the reason why people try and get onto the front early on, so you don't get stuck in these little traffic jams that you can waste an awful lot of time.
Indeed, riders try to be as close to the front as possible. As a little wheelie over there.
He's obviously not riding as hard as you should be if you can do a wheelie.
That's for sure.
So we were saying just about the Spaniards being over the moon. They rode so intelligently, didn't they? They stopped at every water station, filled up. It only took 20 seconds to fill up your bottles, and they rode solidly. They came back from 4 or 5 minutes behind the second group on the road with
the 3 duos.
Yeah, and they went straight past the Israelis and the Italians and finished in 3rd.
They were over the moon, as you said. It was Adrian Garcia and Unai and Victor and Manuel, the 2 Spaniard duos. One of them finished 3rd, the second finished 4th, and the 4th, Adrian was the one that was the happiest.
Yeah, because it's such a great feeling.
We're just being informed that the pace at the front is very, very high. So it is Adrian that we were just talking about, who we saw leading.
It was such a great feeling going through the field, isn't it?
It is a great feeling, and he wants to do it as fast as possible to feel the wind. I hope we'll get images soon from this leading group to understand who stayed up the front. I assume it's our top 5 riders that we've seen in the past 2 days. And I think this is a great time to look at the general classification of this race, of the Bara Epic Israel. So the leaders of this race are George Egger and Lucas Baum.
Yeah, we're back on now with the leaders.
Are these the leaders? Yeah, it looks like
coming
Aviv
under the road.
Yechezkel, our cameraman, is just about to join them. So it is an elite group, and it looks like everyone tries to race back on their bikes the moment they get off them, because they understand the pace is really, really high and no one is going to wait. Wow, you can see the speed, you can see the dust behind them.
That's Guy Neve we were looking at in the back there.
It is Guy Neve. I don't know if everyone was prepared for such a strong start. It's like a cross-country race here.
So let's see if they've gone off the front. I think they have, because otherwise they will be going up to the pass under the road. I think they're off the front.
Yeah, it looks like the leading group.
Well, they're coming back up to another group up the front there.
It looks like they had that road crossing that they had to go off their bike, so a little gap was formed over there. They're just trying to bridge back.
Yeah. With all the dust, it's quite hard to see, isn't it?
It's still Adrian Garcia on the front, pushing the pace.
He's sitting there, isn't he? Just waiting.
He came to work today, didn't he? He looks so calm, so cool. Looks like he woke up in the second part of yesterday's stage, and he hasn't fallen asleep yet.
I hope he slept in the night.
I'm sure he's well rested, because you can't ride so strong if you're not well rested. So going back to the general classification, our leaders of Bara Epic Israel 2022 up till now are George Egger and Lucas Baum. The second riders are Karl Markt and Tomer Salzman. Just 11 minutes behind them on general classification, as we're just seeing the weather conditions, 23 degrees, 74% humidity. It's very humid this morning.
That's the problem. Yesterday I think it was 65, so it's going to feel hotter.
Indeed.
And they say it's going to be 3 degrees warmer than it was yesterday.
It will be difficult, and we have a long climb. It will be a tough, long climb.
Thankfully, apparently, I watched the news last night, and it's going to get cooler again on Saturday, so it's going to be about 25 again.
And they also have a shorter ride on Saturday. We're just with the men leaders. Looks like a lonely rider. I don't know if he's alone on the front.
No,
is it Adrian?
That must be the motorbike in the front. He's just sitting there waiting.
What is he waiting for?
I can't see that. Is that a blue jersey or a green
jersey? It's Adrian. He was leading on his own earlier, and looks like no one has
joined
come
him
to his wheel.
Yeah.
Where's his partner? What is he doing? Okay, so we have confirmation that Adrian Garcia is leading the race on his own. It is a coupled race, we'll remind you. You have to race with your teammate. You have to get to the finish line and the intermediate points with your teammates. So maybe they have some sort of tactics, I'm not sure, but he looked stronger yesterday. His partner is, as we were getting confirmation, is Unai Mateus, and this is Adrian Garcia. Just going between those fields.
Well, what can mean is, come on, you say his name. I can't say Irene.
Adrian Garcia and Unai.
Unai can now sit on the second group on the road that's chasing him, and he won't have to work at all. He can just sit on the second group now if he's there. Let's hope he is there.
He can sit there, but it's not like a regular race where you have teammates. It's your partner. You have to ride with him. It's not like a regular teammate on a road race. The other riders know Unai has to get back to his partner, and I'm not sure they have a reason to pull him back over there.
So his partner is just going to have to stop. If that doesn't happen, his partner's going to have to stop for a little, or slow down for a little while.
I think it does, but it looks like the gap isn't that big. We just saw Unai passing there, and now the Germans, George Egger and Lucas Baum, are on the front. Yeah. This is Unai over there with the turquoise helmet.
I think we got a bit of a poker game going on. The other riders are going to make the Germans work now.
Do they mind working? Well, we saw them working from yesterday at the start, and they just kept on working and working and working, and they came home 9 minutes ahead of their closest rivals. I'm not sure they mind at the end of the office.
The only problem the two Spaniards do have, if the second rider has a technical problem, the first rider who's off for the front won't know about it for a long time.
Absolutely, you can keep on going and going, and eventually you'll have to stop. So here we're getting helicopter shots of that chasing group, the elite group of riders behind Adrian.
But also Adrian can be wanting to ride his own pace and not get involved with the silly stop-start sort of beginnings of the race.
I just wonder how they were going to try to make the regroup of Adrian and Unai? What's the plan, if there's a plan, or is it just a spontaneous pull or push?
I think when it comes to the climb, he'll start to look for him to see where he is, because it's no good going over the top of the climb without your partner.
Well, Unai does look like a small rider. Maybe they're planning on getting to the climb, and then Unai will attack and try to make his way back to Adrian. That's an interesting thought. We're in the back of that leading group. It looks like they're pushing really, really strong now. We're back with Adrian. Number 6 over there was Sonke Wegner and Holger from Germany. Looks like they're in the back of that leading group, struggling to hold with this really fast pace.
We've been going for 25 minutes now, and riders start to realise if they're going too fast or not. And it looks like they've been going a bit too fast, and he's realised it and started to calm down a bit.
And they've all seen the height graph. They know there's a very big climb coming up.
They know what's coming up, that's right.
As you said, we're 25 minutes into today's race, around 13 kilometers or so into the race, so the climb is very close, even less than 13 kilometers, 10 or 11. The climb is really close. Just be careful from that truck over there. Adrian is still alone on the front, and the race is on. Some more images from the back of this leading group. This is Pau Salva and Julian Latorre from Portugal. So back to the general classification that we started talking about. We just saw this truck, let's say 20 seconds ago, so I think that's the gap, 20 seconds or so. So the leaders in the general classification are none other than the Flying Germans, George Egger and Lukas Baum. Some 11 minutes behind them are Karl Marx and Tomer Salzman from Austria and Israel respectively. Third, another 7 minutes behind them are Victor Fernandez and Manuel Cordero. And 3 minutes behind them are Adrian Garcia and Unai Mateos. So maybe Adrian and Unai are looking at that third place and trying to make that 3-minute gap back to their Spaniard friends.
Yeah, we're looking at the third. This is the third group on the road we were looking at there.
The third group, so you think another group in the middle?
This is the first. Well, it's not a group. First rider. I think the top UCI guys are in the middle there, and that was the third group.
Looks like there was a little chat between Adrian and the cameraman, Aviv Yechezkel.
He's probably saying, "Where are they? Where are they?"
And he's probably yelling, "You're going too fast!"
He's certainly using himself as bait, you know. Let's come and get me sort of situation.
I'm really curious to see what will happen. I won't be surprised if we'll see a big attack from Unai on the climb. I won't be surprised if George Egger and Lukas Baum will just sit on that attack and join them later on.
Let's say he's not such a good climber. He knows if he gets 30 seconds ahead of the Germans on the climb, and his partner's a better climber than him, he can come up and they can try and stick with the Germans when the break is made.
So we're back with Adrian Garcia, and here we're joining with Israeli TV. Well, this is again the stage that we're looking at today. So the riders started by heading north, then away east, again north, and then the climb up Mount Chorshan, then some sharp and fast descents before they get to the single track, Chof HaKarmel single track, 78 kilometers overall today before they get back to the race village. I talked about the surprise earlier on. The big surprise that I didn't want to mention when the riders were still here, so someone won't hear me by accident, is they're going to do the single track the opposite way than it was intended. So it will be interesting for the riders. Most of them haven't done it the opposite way. Here we can see the height graph of today, so a big climb at the beginning of the day, and then a big descent and ups and downs all the way back to the race village.
Yeah, just talking about the single tracks, I had a little word with Warren, who's done most of the single tracks around this area in the past, and he's built them. We're going to use Jamal's single next to Faraday's. Now, Jamal is the guy who works with the chainsaw and cuts the trees ahead of the little excavator who digs it out. On the excavator is Ahmed. We have to give a little word out to the guys who make these singles.
So a shout out for these guys. Thank you for building some great single tracks here in Chof HaKarmel Regional Council.
And we're also going to visit, we're not going to go on the rise, we're going to go on the horse single and the scorpion single. Unfortunately, Warren thought that they were going to go on the magic mushroom single. But as soon as the judge heard that, he took it off the menu.
No magic mushrooms this year.
Not for the riders, guys.
That's a shame. So again, we're Adrian Garcia Montes on the front, on his own. The only rider with him is the e-bike rider, Aviv Yecheskel, giving us images from his GoPro and his LiveView unit on his back, broadcasting it back to the race village. So talking about the general classification, we talked about the men, now it's time to talk about the women. So the leaders of the women category are Sophie and Kim from Netherlands and Germany, respectively, in a total time of 6 hours and 8 minutes. Some 15 minutes later are Naama Neumann and Leah Schreibers. And Naama and Leah had a very, very bad puncture yesterday. They told me that they stopped for 20 minutes to try and fix it. They had a nail, got stuck in their wheel, it broke a spoke, and it was really hard to get a inner tube in there to catch up.
Well, I met them up this morning, and they didn't tell me that at all. They were all very calm and collected and said it was okay, but obviously they've got over it.
Well, they've got over it. Maybe they needed the night to get over it, but it must be frustrating to have a problem like that, because they know they're as good as Sophie and Kim. They ride together with them in the World Cups, finishing around the same places. We'll go over the results a little later. They know they could have been up in the GC, and they told me that today they will try to get some stage wins today and tomorrow.
But they're still in second place, aren't they?
They are in second place, and third are Yulia Polieva and Ekaterina from the Russian Federation. 6 hours and 50 minutes, which means 40 minutes behind the leading riders and 25 minutes behind Naama and Leah. So
yeah, sorry, they're from the Serpentine Club, aren't they? They've also got a couple of guys here from that club.
They are, and here we have some results. The GC results that we were just talking about. George Egger and Lucas Baum are leading by 11 minutes on Karl Markt and Tomer Zaltzman. Another 7 minutes behind Victor Fernandez and Manuel Cordero, and 3 minutes behind them are Adrian Garcia and Unai Mateos. The Samparisis are pretty close to fourth place, sitting in fifth, and Guy Nieve and Nadav Reisberg are sixth, another 3 minutes behind. Milan Damek and Lucas Kaufmann behind them on seventh. Mark Schule and Paul Hauser from Germany, eighth. Ninth are David Chugel and Thomas Graber from Austria, and 10th, Eitan Levy and Delia Daniel.
We can see that Adrian and Garcia and Unai at 20 minutes. They're only 2.5 minutes down on third place. So maybe this is a tactic to try and jump themselves up onto the podium.
Maybe it is a tactic to take some time from their compatriots. We were just seeing replays from this morning. The riders left at 7:30 a.m. from our beautiful race village here in Achshalim. When the neutral zone has ended, the race has started, and it started big time. Adrian from the Spanish team just went on the front and hasn't stopped pushing since. And he's been on his own for a pretty long time since that road crossing. Nobody came up to him, so he's riding on his own. Aviv Yecheskel, our cameraman, on him. And the big group is behind him, including the Germans, the Austrians, Italians, Israelis. The Austrians, I mean, Karl Markt and Tomer Zaltzman, the Israeli.
It's the Austrian team, isn't it? Or the German team.
Yeah, Joe's no flats. and we heard that the pace is very, very high. The riders have already passed nearly 18 kilometers in just over 35 minutes. That's very, very fast racing. This is Unai, who has his teammate Adrian on the front. And he seems pretty cool. I don't know if he understands what's going on.
He must know. They must have talked about it, because otherwise he'd be worried where is his partner gone.
Oh, they're just very cool and enjoying the race here at Bara Epic Israel. Now we are back. Aviv Yechezkel is now in the back of the group, so maybe Adrian is back with the group. Because Aviv Yechezkel was with Adrian, the leader. And we'll try to understand a little bit better the situation up at the front of the race. Here are again the Israeli TV. Let's go over some other categories in the general classification. So the leaders in the Masters category, I don't even need to look it up. We all know it's Yuval Friedman and Noam Strashnov.
And I have to say, they look so calm in the morning. They look like they hadn't ridden already 2 days. It's amazing.
Well, they came on yesterday and they looked after a ride in the park.
There was a bit of a sensation that Chaim and Angelo sort of had a major problem. We know that Angelo's quit the race in the middle of the race there. We were talking about it yesterday, how much time they'd lost on the timesheets.
It's sad to hear.
But Davir and his partner also did a great race and came in second.
Davir and Sharon.
Sharon, that's right.
In the Grandmasters category, it's Dan Zygmunt and Noam Schiller leading their nearest rivals by 4 minutes. Their nearest rivals are Eli Cohen and Israel Chen. And in third are Ronen Chirizi and Gil Kashi. Another 8 minutes behind Israel and Eli.
We also have yesterday, we've forgotten a little about on a new category. It's the relay category. There's not many riders in it. It's the first year. And I looked up, and Tamir and Wasim from Rudy Extreme finished in 5 hours in first place yesterday, which is a good time, 5 hours. But they only rode half each. So I don't know how they sorted out who's going to ride the climb and who's going to ride the decline, downhill. Sorry.
The lighter riders for the climb and the technical riders for the second part, I believe.
Maybe they did stone, scissors, paper until.
Maybe they did. And another category that's worth mentioning is the mixed category, where we have Lian Vitkin and Tzachi Ben Gigi in the first place. The Gigis, 6 hours and 17 minutes overall. 8 minutes behind them are Leah Kermsteyer and her partner Adrian Egger, the brother of George Egger. And third are Varonen and Nimi Cohen. Looks like the riders are just about to start the climb. So we're nearly 20 kilometers into today's stage, and this looks like they start climbing
through the olive groves. These are olive groves. These are Syrian. They're called Syrian olives here. They might be called something else elsewhere. But these olives are used for oil, not for eating.
I wonder how they're called in Syria.
Oh, so you can, yeah, they're called Israeli olives. You can eat them, but they're mostly used for oil here.
So I think the front group is all back together. Still hard to give you confirmation of that, but it looks like Aviv Yechezkel, our e-bike cameraman, in this yellow, orange jersey.
We're in our first single already. We've got, how much did you say, 20 Ks of singles?
We have 20 Ks of singles in Chof HaKarmel. Now we're just about to start the Shokef climb. And here's confirmation of the GC results in the Masters category. Our leaders are Yuval Friedman and Noam Strashnov, leading by 12 minutes. And Sharon Peer and Dvir Almog, another 3.5 minutes behind, are Arnon Rosenbaum and Roy Hacker. And another 2 minutes behind were David Reznik and Nir Zohar. So the fight for second place is still open. Looks like the fight for first is pretty much sealed. This was one of the riders from Lahav Davidson and Eileen Cohen's team for Israel Premier Tech. So he's struggling on this climb already.
And I'd just like to say, well, we're going to be quiet time about Kakal and the work they do for us in Israel. They've literally opened up. So we can go to Enchod because we're there now. We'll talk about Kakal a little bit later.
Yeah, we'll get back to Kakal in a moment. Let's just mention Enchod. It is a special place we're going to pass through, and I heard we have some beautiful art made just for this race.
It's also a village of artists. That's the idea of the village.
It is a village of artists. So many of the people in the village deal with painting, sculpturing, design, music, and things like that. We see the Germans on the front, George Jagger and Lukas Baum behind them, Guy Niven and Nadav Reisberg, and behind them Tomer Salzman, and that's it.
Where's Carl?
It says it's the chasing group. I don't know where the Spaniards.
Where's Carl as well? We didn't see Tomer, we didn't see Carl.
Takes him another 30 minutes to wake up, I think.
We go back to the artist quickly.
So going back to the artist, 10 of the village residents have won the Israel's prize.
Israeli, yeah, the national prize.
Yeah, the national prize. And one of them, or not one of the winners of the national prize, one of the residents of the village is Shlomo Arzi. Here we can see Charlie Mark. Looks like he's just behind him. The gap is not so big, I would assume 15 seconds or so. This is the Spanish duo in third place, Victor and Manuel. It looks like a Unai or Adrian over there.
I would imagine
the black jersey. I think the Germans are again in the front. They're up for racing again.
Is this deja vu?
It's deja vu all over again.
The riders there chasing them must think it's deja vu.
Looks like two Spanish over there in the black jerseys. So oh, that's a problem over there. Is it Guy Niv, Nadav Reisberg, one of them, having a problem with their bike? That's very unfortunate. They had a very good start for today's race. They were up front with the Germans, the only duo who held that climb with them. And another technical issue for this duo. This is just bad luck.
That must be so disappointing. I think that's Guy, isn't it? Well, they're both there now. No, they're both there now. We don't know which one. That must be so disappointing to be up there in the move, and then for that to happen to them.
Really gets the air out of you. It's really disappointing.
You have to think. I mean, they had a little bit of a bad day yesterday. Sometimes you have to think, do I deserve this? What have I done wrong to have this bad luck?
Well, this is mountain bike racing. Anything can happen. Always, you just have to be prepared. Have to keep your head down and go back to work as soon as you fix those problems. Have to stay calm. Have to stay cool and get back on that bike as fast as possible, but without making any further damage.
And the riders were told here they have to ride by the side of the road. Anybody who jumps on the road, it is a main road, will be disqualified. Even the masters were told this.
Absolutely, and even the elite riders too. So back to one of the residents of En Hod.
There's one there.
There's one singing for us.
Just in time. That's not the brakes, guys.
What a show we have here in En Hod, the artist village. That's beautiful, isn't it?
Well, at least we know they get up early, the artists.
They get up early to work. Look at that.
Someone's made someone there. Nice. It's actually a lovely place to come and visit, isn't it? A day trip.
Well, the riders are paying a visit, and I'm sure they're enjoying that right now. So to another resident of En Hod, or at least partial resident, Shlomo Arzi. He wrote, or partially wrote and recorded, one of his most successful albums called Shnaim, 2, if you want to translate it in English. It was the album of the year, made him singer of the year, and had the song of the year. And even the policemen are looking artistic here today.
Are you sure they're policemen?
I'm pretty sure they're not.
You have to watch out, he might fall off there.
That's beautiful. I want to ride there now. More and more riders making their way up to En Hod, to the artist village.
We can see the damage that wildfires here have affected.
It's a tough climb. It still goes on for about, I think, over 10 kilometers, the climb to Shokev. As we said, one of the highest peak in the area, somewhere between 480 to 500. That's what the numbers say.
Depending on who you ask. I'll get back to Kakal quickly. Kakal,
yes,
they work for us. They've opened up the routes for us. Before Kakal, it was really a very niche sport, mountain biking on single tracks. These days, it's open to everybody. Anybody can do it. And if you see someone in Kakal while you're riding your bike, just say thanks. Thanks for your job. Thanks for the work. They do an awful lot behind the scenes, don't they?
I think we all owe them a big thank you for making such great single tracks to ride.
Well, another little tip you can take is try and get the telephone number of the wildlife officer of the forest you normally ride. And if you see something, that doesn't look right, a fire, someone tipping rubbish or doing anything that shouldn't be going on, you can always contact them and tell them.
And that's what they do for a living. That's what's important for them. They want to keep the nature in Israel at the best condition possible. So here we see some more master riders making their way up their climb, making their way up to Ein Hod, and then continuing the climb, the Shokef uphill. I think we'll see the height graph pretty soon, but it's around 12 kilometers long. They climb, as we say, around 500 meters. So that's just under 5% of average gradient, maybe 4, something like that.
Well, with the little drop downs there, it's going to add on the total climb, isn't it? It's going to be a bit annoying. You climb, then you drop. Your legs, you have to pedal when you go down these little small slopes, because otherwise your legs sort of freeze up when you have to start climbing again.
Yes, even a steady climb like we have today isn't that steady. Here we see one of our chasing groups. I think it's the Austrians, another Austrian group. Hard to see their numbers, so we can't get you confirmation of who they are exactly. And here are our women leaders, Sophie and Kim, wearing the pink jerseys of the women leaders. As we said, they're leading the field by around 15 minutes from their closest rivals. Behind them are Ne'ama Neumann and Leah Shravers. This is Ein Awad, an Arab village in the Mount Carmel near Haifa.
A lot of the villages up here, I think all of the villages up here are Druze villages. And Druze are spread around Lebanon, Syria and Israel mostly. They're very hospitable, very friendly and very nationalistic. You'll find that the Druze in Israel are very nationalistic for the country. The same in Syria and the same in Lebanon. It's quite interesting.
It is very interesting. And another interesting thing to see is the Germans are not slowing down. They're attacking up this climb. George Egger and Lucas Baum, will they ever relax?
סטייג' 2, אנחנו בתיאור המסלולים קראנו לו סטייג' המלך, פשוט סטייג' המלכת, נתפס על ידי הסטייג' של אתמול, סטייג' מהמם, באמת הטופ של הטופ. הוא מורכב מכל המגוון שיש לקרמל ולאזור חוף קרמל להציע, כולל טיפוסים משמעותיים, כולל רכיבה במישור החוף, כולל רכיבה בתוך בננות על טיפוס לשוקף, שהוא חלק מהטיפוסים המשמעותיים שדיברנו עליהם, וכולל חתיכת סינגל, שעליו אנחנו נדבר בפינה הבאה. עכשיו, מה שאנחנו מקדישים כרגע, את הזמן נקדיש לשוקף, הטיפוס להר שוקף, או כמו שקוראים לזה בצוות, שוקף פלוס 60. עכשיו זה לא יהיה שוקף פלוס 60, זה יהיה שוקף פלוס טיפה יותר, פלוס 68, כל הסטייג' הוא 78 קילומטר. הרוכבים יתחילו לאורך החוף, בשבילים שמורכבים גם משבילים של חוף הים, גם משבילי למרגלות הר הכרמל, שבילים למרגלות הר הכרמל וגם משבילים חקלאיים, עד לאזור עין הוד. הם צוברים 500 מטר בעלייה הזו על קצת מעל 11 קילומטר, אבל אל תדמיינו שיפוע שכזה שאורכו 11 קילומטר והוא מתון וקווי, ליניארי, הוא לא. יש להם הרבה מאוד משחקים וכמה דברים מאוד מגניבים שהם הולכים לפגוש בעלייה. דבר הראשון שהם הולכים לעשות זה לרכב בתוך סמטאות עין הוד. עין הוד זה בירת התרבות של האזור פה. אני מקווה שתראו בהמשך את כל מה שהולך להיות שם מבחינת מסיבות עידוד וכל מה שהתושבים מכינים לנו. הולכת להיות שם מסיבה פגז, זה התכנון. זהו, אז הם מתחילים מכביש 4 ומתחילים לצבור גובה. באחוזי שיפוע משתנים, מדי פעם גם יאבדו גובה וימשיכו לצבור אותו מחדש. עלייה משמעותית, חלקה מדורדרת, חלקה מאוד תלולה, חלקה כבושה ויפה. באמצע העלייה, אפילו הייתי אומר קצת אחרי האמצע, אזור לקראת שני שליש, יהיה להם שם תחנת מים, החבר'ה יצאו לאיזו הפוגה של התרעננות, תרתי משמע. ההתרעננות היא חד משמע, אבל תהיה להם הפוגה גם מהבחינה הזאת שהם יפגשו תחנת רענון, וגם מהבחינה הזאת שתחנת הרענון תהיה על אספלט. הם קצת יעברו לאספלט, ינשמו, יפסיקו לשקשק שיניים וישבנים, ואז יחזרו חזרה אל שיא הגובה. מה שהולך לקרות אחרי זה, משם הם הולכים לרדת מדרון חזק ומשמעותי, מחורץ, שיקח אותם לכיוון כרם מהר"ל להמשך היום. והמשך היום אנחנו עוד רגע נרחיב עליו בפינה הבאה, אנחנו נגיע לשם, נספר לכם על כל מה שהם הולכים לפגוש, וזה יהיה מאוד מאוד קשוח. זהו, שיהיה לכולנו ובעיקר לרוכבים בהצלחה.
Good luck for the riders from Gal Tzachor, and I think they need a good luck with the race course that he created today. He just took us through the beginning of it, the beginning of how we got to the climb, and the climb, as you said, it goes up and down and up and down. We see riders here through those alleys of Ein Hod, making their way up the Shokef Hill. Number 27 were Salman Abouani and Yonatan Bar-On from Team NCC. And we just saw number 312, Matan Gudelter and Eyal Katzenstein. Some more master riders over here. Number 307 is Lior Zachmaor and Zur Brandt, who talked to us after the prologue. And we're back with the leaders, George Egger and Lucas Baum. They didn't warm up for nothing. They're racing up this climb. They're going, I think, as fast as they can. Are they trying to break a record for the riders who won an epic race by the biggest gap?
I think maybe they're going for the fastest average time ever.
For the Com.
Yeah, there's a lot of riders here who'll be disappointed that the Epic's gone over their local climbs, because Strava's going to be exploding with the numbers today.
I think there should be many people asking these guys not to open Strava or not to upload these rides to Strava. They're just flying.
Luckily also there's quite a bit of shade there on the climb, isn't it, with the trees on the right hand side, which helps. All that little bit helps, just every little bit.
It helps, especially when today is a warmer day. They have some switchbacks here.
Also, these are the climbs that they've got very good traction under the wheels. It's a chalky, hard-packed chalk, so you can actually stand up and bump your bike standing.
Well, they're sitting and they're flying. I'm just lost for words with these guys. They just keep on leading the race. Nothing stops them. Here we can see Eitan Levi and Elian Daniel, number 4, the Israelis. They're specialized.
Yeah, we talked to them yesterday, didn't they? They're out of breath and they didn't know quite what to say.
Well, there's the second Israeli duo on the road.
That's
10th
right.
overall.
That's respect.
With a solid result, just around 4.5 hours yesterday. They're riding very, very well.
And also, I'm just reminding myself, they are amateur riders.
Yes, they're not pros. They don't get anything for free. They need to work.
Yep.
They can't just ride all day.
Yep.
And they're still in the top 10 of the Bara Epic Israel, which is an SHC race, we must remind you all.
Yeah, well, Eliad has been multiple times Israeli marathon champion in the past.
So riding here in the Carmel, and I think it's not new that these riders are the best riders maybe in the world in this sort of racing, and the best riders in this Bara Epic Israel.
Well, certainly this year, haven't they? They've stamped their authority on the whole world of multi-stage cycling.
They have. Since the first epic that they've come here, at least that George Egger has come here, he was with a different partner, with Maximilian Brandl, in the past few editions. Here we can see one of the chase groups. These are the Austrians, number 10, just grinding up this climb. It is a tough, tough climb. Number 10 over there was David Schugel and Thomas Graber. This looked like Nive and Reisberg.
Trying to make their way back on, sorry.
Yeah, they had a big problem over there, and they're back to Eitan Levi and Elia Daniel.
So they've got a bit of way to go still. They're top 10 maybe, but they've still got to come up. They want to come up to that podium spaces, don't they?
I'm sure they will want to, and I'm sure they can. So George Egger came here the first time, 2018 if I'm not mistaken, with his partner Maximilian Brandl, to the epic that happened in the area of Jerusalem. And I think that's when the epic discovered these epic riders, at least one of them, George, who's won the race ever since then, since that first time 4 years ago. 5 years ago actually, we had 1 year that they weren't racing. The epic didn't happen. Here is number 3, I think it's Eilon Cohen or Lahav Davidson, one of them. Number 13, excuse me. We saw he was struggling at the beginning of that climb. We don't know exactly where his partner is. And another finding that happened in 2018, but happened in the Carmel, was a new mineral was found, a new mineral to the world. A mineral that was thought to be only in outer space, was found here in Israel on the Carmel, and they called it the Carmeltazite, which is named after the Carmel and after the elements, the major elements in it, which are titanium, aluminium, and zirconium. So the Carmel and the outer space have things in common, I guess. And these riders are riding like they came from outer space.
We can see Guy there and the others left their group and they're pushing on.
They're trying to make up some ground now.
Also, they have to be careful not to burn themselves out too quickly to get back on. They've got time to get back on.
It's a long stage, still 53 kilometers to go for the leaders. I assume maybe 54 for these guys. So it is a long stage, and as we saw yesterday, it's a race of attrition.
And we saw the Spaniards ride the clever race yesterday. Let's hope that these two can calm down just a little bit and remember that they have got another 53 k's to catch up and stop and fill up the water bottles properly this time, and not like yesterday.
You called it yesterday. You as an experienced rider, the rider who won this race, you know how important it is. And I think today they'll learn from yesterday, and they'll try to do it better, try to ride in their pace, ride their way through this stage, and to get the best result they can.
There is no difference between the amateur, good masters, top masters, and pro riders. We all make mistakes when we're under pressure.
We're all humans.
They're just a lot fitter than us.
A lot more. That's what they do for a living. They wake up, they ride their bike, and they recover for the next practice.
Quite often the way you lose a race is by losing your head.
Well, as we were talking many times, it's all in your head, or most of it is in your head. You can have as strong legs as you want, but if the head isn't thinking well, isn't thinking straight, it will be very hard to get the best out of yourself.
If your body can work, but if your brain says no, then that's no. And you can see they're in their rhythm, aren't they?
They're well within the rhythm. It looks like they were on a little attack in the beginning, trying to establish a big gap. They like to ride on their own, don't they? They like to go into, they have that gap and then they go into their own pace and start grinding and grinding away from everyone else, away from the whole field and back to what looks like, it's a little early to say, but can anyone stop them?
I think they can only stop themselves at the moment if they haven't eaten properly, or they have a major a broken chain could happen. It doesn't normally happen, chains or a derailleur or a fall. So often people fall and bend the rear derailleur, and then the gears stop working correctly and you get stuck in one gear.
Even if they have one gear, they're just so strong they can pedal maybe on a low gear or on a high gear. They have such strong legs. They're in great condition. Amazing condition. Lucas Baum just came from World Marathon Championships, finishing 7th in the world in marathon racing, and he's here in Bara Epic Israel.
Yeah, we heard from George that Lucas is having a fantastic end of the season. He's feeling a bit tired, but if I'm tired and looking like he does, then I mean we're going to be out of the world.
We would be out of the world, and we would be top in the world as well. As these riders are, we're just behind some other. Looks like one of the chasers. Maybe Niven Reisberg. Here are the women.
The lead women, yes, in the pink and blue and the yellow orange helmets.
I wonder if it's Neama and Leah behind them. I hope it is. I hope we have some women racing today. And yes, it is. So Neama and Leah.
Someone dropped. I think they dropped a bottle in front of her.
I think she was just reaching for the bottle, and then a little stop over there, and her bottle fell. She stopped to pick it up. It is important to keep your drink. So we have Sophie and Kate and Neama and Leah all together at the front. I think we're up for a good race in the women's category today.
Yep.
As we said, Neama and Leah are not totally out, but they're pretty far away in the general classification. They understand that without major problems for the leaders, Sophie and Kate, it will be hard to get that first place. But they know there's still 2 stage wins up for grabs, and they'll fight and they'll do their best to win here in the Bara Epic Israel.
Well, the great thing about mountain bike racing, this length, is anything can happen. As if they lost 20 minutes yesterday on technical issues, it can happen to your opposition team as well today.
Absolutely, that's why you must keep on pushing.
It's very, very steep here, and concentration. You have to concentrate where you're going on these very steep pit climbs. If you lose it, look, we're going to the too much concentration and not enough looking at the track.
Well, you just called it. You got to stay concentrated, and Sophie on the front was just losing the track. So the ladies are together. We're 1 hour of racing into today's race. I think the riders have already passed over 27, 26 kilometers in 1 hour of racing. They're going fast. And they've climbed for like 20 minutes now.
Well, I think, wasn't it 28 k's an hour average yesterday they did?
It was pretty much something like that.
And we're on the climb, so it's just going to get higher in the second half of today. I can see they're wearing white socks. It's an interesting choice for such a dusty race.
It is an interesting choice. We saw them yesterday. We can just hear some of Vivi Cheskel.
Talking about socks, a lot of cyclists do have fetishes for different socks, don't they?
I think socks in cycling is a big thing. It's a very, very big thing.
It's a way to personalize your look, isn't it?
Well, you must have impressive socks in cycling. This is one of the German riders who we saw suffering.
That's Paul or Paul.
Yesterday.
Yes, he was in the suffer locker, wasn't he, yesterday?
I think he's back into the same position today.
But he's looking a bit more busy on the bike, so although he's suffering, they are doing okay.
Just behind his partners again, Sophie. Look, I think it's Kim now on the front. Team 101, the women leaders.
Quite often, the better climber will sit in the second position and let the less better climber go at her pace on the front, so that she won't leave her behind. You won't push too hard for the bit slower rider.
That's an interesting tactic. They did just change after that the mistake by Sophie. They're riding within themselves, riding in a good pace. We see it's all strung out behind them, so the pace isn't easy at all.
The thing with the climbs, if you're a very good climber and your partner's a bit less, you can burn your partner out quite easily without even noticing.
We're seeing graphics of the voice of Vivi Cheskel. We can't really hear him yet. Maybe some technical issues. Not sure how good the reception is.
But we're looking for a very close race today, aren't we, with the women?
Looks like we are on with a good race with the women's. Leah Shivers just on the back, number 1032. In front of her is Naama Neumann, the little Israeli.
And you see Naaman has a water pack on her back because she's so small. She's only got space for one water bottle on her bike.
So that's crucial for a race like today.
And the other riders, they've got two, so they've got medium frames or a little bit bigger, smaller frames.
They are slightly bigger. Yeah. And let's talk a little bit about the results over the years. Well, it's not the first epic for Sophie. She finished 4th in 2019, now placed 1st, so I'm sure she's happy with that. In 2022, she had some good World Cup results, finishing 38th in Val di Soleil, 22nd in Petropolis, and 54th in the World Champs. In cross-country, here we are with the Italians and the Spaniards. The Spaniards were talking about 4th place overall, Adrian and Unai with the Samparisis.
And they've split up with their Spanish compatriots from yesterday. I think the Italians are looking a lot better, obviously looking a lot better than Lorenzo was yesterday.
Well, the question is where the other Spanish duo, because they're in 3rd place overall, and these are the teams in places 4th and 5th. So they're looking at that 3rd place, they're marking it, and if the other team of Spaniards is behind them, then the fight for 3rd place is open. We're back with the leading Germans, George Egger and Lukas Baum. Do we even need to mention that they're in the front? Isn't it obvious by now?
As you can see, the problem there, if you lose your traction, you put your foot down, you can lose quite a few seconds.
And you see, it takes a while to get back on your bike in a climb like that. Some helicopter images of our leading riders. You see 3 riders because one of them is a Vivi Cheskel, our e-bike cameraman. the beautiful forest here, just on the way up to Har Horshan. So we're here climbing up the Carmel, but you know it's not the only Carmel in the world, the regional council of Chof Carmel. There's another Carmel that's in California, a town named Carmel, just between LA and San Francisco. A beautiful town if you'd like to visit. Not sure as beautiful as the regional council of Carmel, but not bad as well. And one of their mayors was Clint Eastwood.
I bet he put some order in that town then. You don't want to mess with the mayor like called Clint Eastwood, would you?
Well, one of the rules there now, I don't know if it had to do with Clint or not, you're not allowed to wear high heels.
Well, Clint had a problem then, didn't he?
Well, they say it damages the sidewalks. And you just see George Jagger and Lucas Baum not stopping for refreshments today.
That's the first food station, yeah, and it's just before the end of the climb. They've got maybe 1 or 2 Ks to climb still.
Yeah, well, yesterday they did stop, and they stopped for a long time. Maybe they're in their climbing pace. They don't want to stop for a drink now.
Yeah, today, if you notice, we've only had 1 hour and 6 minutes to the first food station. Yesterday, it was almost 2 hours, I think.
Yeah, it was 50 kilometers into the race.
Yeah. So then there's another food station at 39 Ks, and they're going to do one more little climb, and it's mostly downhill to that, so there's no need for them to stop after just an hour.
And the next feed station also has the Shimano team there, so these riders will have their boxes. They prepare boxes ahead. They can send them the prior day, up to 6 in the evening.
השידור בחסות איך יודעים שהאבוקדו הבשיל?
גם באבוקדו!
כל דרכי. סימן איכות של חקלאי הגליל.
לקחת את האימון לאקסטרים. קורקומין אקסטרים. קורקומין ליפוזומלי בשילוב Q10 פטנטי. בר הצמחים.
BMW X4. עכשיו באולמות התצוגה.
פספורט קארד. במקום הראשון במדד השירות בביטוחי הנסיעות לחול. פספורט קארד. No matter what.
A unique haute couture creation. New DS4 haute couture experience.
פומה פיוטר, נעלי הכדורגל של המחר. פומה.
בטאץ' מתאימים ביטוח בול לרכב שלכם, החל מ7 שקלים ליום, כולל מקיף וחובה, רק בטאץ'.
So we're back. We were very, very close to the top of this climb. We're back with looks like George Egg and Lucas Baum. Well, it doesn't look like it. They're at the front. I have no doubt in that. Behind them, it may be the Samparizis and Adrian and Unai, number 7, 2 duos.
And we can see a group of 4 there. I think maybe that's the second group on the trail. It's the Spanish and the Italians.
We'll try to get confirmation on that shortly. But we just saw images from the helicopter on the Germans. Now we see it on this group. So I assume they're pretty close. If they'll pass the feed zone, that will be some good confirmation on where they are at. Looks like the feed zone over there on the center of your image pretty much.
I think I was counting out there. There's at least 2 minutes difference now.
Already. Wow.
Probably won't see them stopping either. There's no point after an hour and 8 minutes for the pros to stop.
They're used to race cross-country racing and they don't stop there for an hour and a half.
Yeah, but they do get bottles given to them on the side if they can catch them.
They do. They have 2 bottles each now. They do have a stop in about 20 kilometers, we said, even less.
Yeah, but cross-country they won't take 2 full bottles with them. They have even half a bottle on their bike to reduce the weight.
They will, and we see they do make a little stop over here.
Not taking chances, are they? A little bit think, do we wait, do we carry on?
So Adrian and Unai are, excuse me.
Yeah, sorry, they've just pushed on a little bit there. I don't think they're going to go on by themselves because I think they recognise that there is an advantage to being a foursome there.
Yeah, especially when it looks like Adrian is doing most of the pushing. They're not pushing on the Samparizis, they understand.
And you can see that the Italians are waiting, they're waiting up.
They are waiting, they're looking back. Are the Spaniards going to wait? Looks like they may just pass through them. No, they're just regrouping and starting to ride together again. They know that they both want to work together. Looks like they're in front of number 3, Manuel and Victor. that are third overall as well. So it looks like both of those teams will try to race for third place.
So, and Guy Niv and Nadav are probably trying to catch on to the back of those two.
Yeah, well, they had that technical problem earlier in the area of En Hod.
I think there seems to be a bit more understanding between the Italian brothers of how fast to push on the hills today. Because yesterday, Lorenzo there in the middle was really suffering on the hills. I think his brother has calmed down just a little bit and realised if the Spanish help out, his brother won't have to do a huge amount of work on the front.
They look well synchronized today, and that's a good start for them. Second on the road. They're not the men leaders. We'll remind you, these are the men chasers, chasing our leading Germans. They're the leaders behind Egger and Baum, who are on a league of their own.
Let's say the superhumans are in the front, and these are the human leaders.
The human leaders. So let's look a little bit into that general classification. As you all know, and if you don't know, George Egger and Lucas Baum are leading the race. Second are Charlie Martin and Tomer Zaltzman, who we don't see, actually.
That's right, we've forgotten a little bit about them.
I wonder where they are on this route, because it looks like Charlie was suffering a little bit on the beginning of the climb. I wonder where they are. The gap between them to the Spaniards behind them is another 7 minutes or so. And the Spaniards behind them, who are Victor Fernandez and Manuel Cordero, are not here at the front as well. And another 5 minutes behind them are Adrian Garcia and Unai Mateus. And then just nearly the same time as them are the San Parisis. So there is a possibility for a fight for third place. It is still a pretty big gap. There is still 3 minutes for the Spaniards to close and another further 8 minutes or so to close for the Austrian-Israeli duo of Zaltzman and Charlie Marks, but everything can happen. We don't see Charlie, and now we can see the ladies. It's Liège Rivers leading her partner Nama Neumann. Behind them are Sophie and Kim, the leaders of this race in the pink jersey.
And it looks like Liège decided to push the pace up just that little bit to test the leaders to see what they got in their legs today.
Well, this is a good place to make the difference. Here we can have confirmation of the GC in the women's category. Sophie and Kim Ames, 6 hours and 8 minutes. 15 minutes behind them are Nama Neumann and Liège Rivers, after having a bad day of technical issues yesterday.
Again, 15 minutes can swap itself, can't it? The leaders can have the 15-minute problem today.
Well, if it happened to Nama and Leah, it can also happen to them. Looks like Niv and Reisberg, isn't it?
Yeah, they're rolling in quite slowly, aren't they?
I think they may be frustrated with all the problems.
There was another couple just left the feed zone I saw there as well.
So interesting to see who's exactly there. That doesn't sound so well. Sounds like something's wrong with his... maybe that's a bell.
Yeah. No, that was the bell. But then we saw Paul there who was suffering on the climbs, just also trying to finish the climb.
Here we have number 60. It's Nimrod Chemo and Bar Cohen with them.
The camera's on Nimi and Imbar there. We can forget the masters by the side. We're looking at Nimi and Imbar there.
It's not Nimi and Imbar, it's Lian Vitkin and
Is it? I'm sorry. I was looking at the Trek pink bike.
Well, it is the green jersey of the women, of the mixed category leaders.
The pink bike caught my eye.
Number 5 over there was Lucas Kaufmann and Milan Damek. Here we are with some other masters.
And it'll be interesting to see where Tomer and Carl are at the moment. The camera hasn't picked them up yet.
It is interesting to see where they are at and the road. Here we can see Nir Zohar and David Reznik, 4th overall in the GC and the Masters category. Not so far from 3rd. It is possible for them. I think it's 2 or 3 minutes, so it's a manageable gap.
Anything can happen in the Masters. Anything.
Anything can happen in every category, but we have Yuval Friedman and Noam Strashnov leading by nearly 10 minutes, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, but the Masters, you know, they're amateur riders, so they have jobs, day jobs, they have families. They might not have the depth for the 4 days, and you get a surprise and someone does have the depth.
I agree. I'm not sure we can say that on Friedman and Strashnov, riders who've done the Cape Epic several times in the elite category.
That's true. They're in a different level also.
Another superhumans here in the Bara Epic Israel.
Yes. Sometimes we forget about the riders, don't we? They're so quiet. Those two, they don't make any noise, do they? On the track or in the finish zone here, we don't actually realise that they're the leaders.
Yeah, but they come here coolly and they're always happy to talk. We had a nice chat with them after yesterday's stage.
And I know that they've been riding specialised bikes for the whole career. I mean, they must be so well valued for that company to support them like that.
Yes, and you don't switch something that works well like that.
No, but everybody finds the bikes that, is for them.
Number 9 from Spain, Pau Silva and Julian La Torre.
It's a bit of a grind up that little bit. You see the powder. That's the clay powder that's been gone over the summer.
Yeah, you don't have good traction on a surface like that.
And also that powder gets in your bearings, especially on your chain.
Luckily we have Shimano throughout the race and several feed zones and back here in the race village, so you can fix your bike, clean your bike.
Yeah, and they'll oil your chain for you as in the feed stations as well.
Exactly, they're here for the riders, they're here to help the riders.
We're quite close to the front now, we can't see who it is, but the helicopter's up there, and the helicopter's generally on the lead riders, aren't they?
It is on the lead riders, but it doesn't look like the Germans, and we have several GoPros, so I'm not sure it's not the Germans, maybe another group of leading riders, maybe Friedman and Stashnov. They look like they had blue jerseys over there. Another one of our e-bike cameramen. Again, we get the Spaniards, number 9, Pau Silva and Julian La Torre. Actually, Julian finished 21st in the Spain Marathon Championships this year, and he finished 14th last year at the Spanish Marathon Championships. So a pretty solid rider. We have many Spaniards here this year.
Spain is an enormous country in mountain biking, isn't it?
It is an enormous country, and it does have many great riders here. Number 3 or 4 is Viral Morgan Per Charol, second in the Masters category, we must not forget.
Starting to get the top masters and the lead and mixed. Probably the mixed is going to come up now to the feed zone, aren't they? And the lead women as well.
They probably will, and the leaders are after the final, this big climb of the day. 45 kilometers to go. We started with about 78 kilometers to go. So we were...
איך יודעים שהאבוקדו הבשיל?
גם באבוקדו!
תשאלו כל דוח. סימן איכות של חקלאי הגליל.
לקחת את האימון לאקסטרים. קורקומין אקסטרים. קורקומין ליפוזומלי בשילוב Q10 פטנטי. בר הצמחים.
זה סמוקי דואו. תתאהבו חזק בצ'יפות לפיקנטי מעושן.
Here number 301, Yuval Friedman and Noam Stashnov are just getting into the feed zone. Stopping over there, getting some drinks. They know what's good for them. So as we were saying earlier, we're talking about the Germans, how far they've gone in today's race. We see it's 45 kilometers to go. That means they're around 30 kilometers into this race. That means they're beyond this climb and they're heading down towards Chof Carmel. Is this the Grand Masters leaders? Dan Zygmunt.
It's hard to see the colors with the sun, isn't it?
It is hard to see. They're riding with some IGP riders. There isn't much wind today, isn't there?
No, it's quite. That's part of the problem with the weather. The wind, you won't feel the cool breeze on your body when you're sweating up on the top of that hill.
You know, when they sweat, and the sweat just doesn't cool them down without that much of wind. Maybe they'll have a little more wind up on the hills. We see some two e-bikes riding one near another. We saw our photos from our cameraman Avner. Near him was Ben Kedmi, both of them riding with the e-bikes and the GoPros on them.
Certainly when you go up to the top of the hill, there's less humidity up there, so we feel a little bit better for them on the climb. But they're going to come back down into it straight away.
I think this looks like Yuval Friedman and Noam Stashnov in the blue jerseys. Near them, is that Yuval Tzachor with the pink bike? and the IGP jersey.
Yeah, I spoke to him just briefly in the morning. He was very happy with his ride. Although they didn't do a great result yesterday, but he was very happy with the ride.
Well, I spoke to Tom, his partner, and he said Yuval is doing lots of the work and he's riding very, very well. He says it's really hard to stay on his wheel.
I think they've got a great it seems to me that they've got a great friendship there, apart from the cycling as well.
Well, a big part of the Epic is to enjoy yourself, to have a good ride with a good partner that you like and you're not upset with each other.
No, let's not forget, Yuval now has gone abroad. He's gone to Germany to sign for a Conti team.
Really?
Yeah, so he's probably he's probably a higher level than his partner. He's probably come to enjoy himself with a friend this season.
Well, I hope they both enjoy themselves, and I think we should all wish Yuval luck in his new German team next year. So we're saying there isn't much wind today. And one of the popular sports here in the area is windsurfing. So I'm not sure the windsurfers are out today for windsurf. And it's so popular that we have some really talented windsurfers here. We'll get back to them in a moment as we see Leah Shrivers and Nama Neumann leading Sophie and Kim Ames, the leading women. They're all together getting into the feed zone right now. You see Leah is already preparing her bottle. They're all going to stop. They're not going to attack each other at the feed zone. It doesn't look like it, at least. They know each other. They're familiar with each other. They're not going to play any nasty tricks, let's say. See, they're cooling down. It's very warm. Some isotonic drinks. And just continuing as fast as possible, all of them.
I think Nama carried on there. Just got a cup of water and carried on ahead.
So is this going to be the gap between Sophie, Kim, Nama, and Leah?
Yeah, we'll see now if they wait up together.
I wonder, because this is one of the major points that a difference can be made this climb. We do have the single track later. We didn't see any big attacks from these riders. We didn't see them all the time as well. I wonder what's the tactics over there.
I think later in the day, after they've dropped back down to 100 meters of height, they've got so many ups and downs that then that's where the difference is going to be made today, I think.
Well, they're all cross-country riders, so they're all very technical. I wonder if we will see a difference on single tracks for cross-country riders.
And that guy's got a good idea, hasn't he?
A necessary idea on a day like today. With that Jinka umbrella.
Yeah. Just asking because someone wants some water.
So we see Sophie and Kim just trying to make their way back to Nama.
What's interesting in there is the second rider is just a little struggling, just a little bit more.
I think that's Kim with the orange helmet.
Yeah. Yeah, you see the look back there, that was just a bit of where are you, you're coming up. So we can see that Kim is just feeling her legs a little bit more than Sophie. It's Sophie, isn't it?
Yeah, it is Sophie.
Sophie in the front.
It may not be an attack.
No, it's not an attack, but that's just, you can see there that there is a difference in their fitness levels.
But what I'm trying to say is that Leah and Leah may have not necessarily attacked,
they're
but trying to tire them on.
Yeah.
Maybe making them burn a few more matches.
We saw Leah earlier just pushing the pace up and testing them just a little bit more, didn't they?
So just tiring them up. It's a long race, and maybe tiring them up now could make up the ground or prepare the ground for an attack later.
Yeah. But Nama didn't look as fresh as Leah as well. So you don't want to attack and then burn your partner off before you burn your competitors off.
Well, it's a very delicate situation when you're all in pretty much the same level. You need to understand how to bring your partner up to the front with you and away from the other rivals.
And I think Nama is she's the current Israeli cross-country champion multiple times, so she won't have any problem today in the singles going down.
Well, multiple times is misleading. 6 times in a row.
Listen, sometimes when I don't know the exact figure, I'd rather say multiple than get into trouble, because some riders do take it personally when you make a mistake.
Just trying to show the crowd and the audience how amazing the feat of Nama is to be the Israeli champion in cross country for 6 years in a row. It's not an easy feat.
Yeah, she took that role off in Bara in the end. In Bara also was multiple. I'm not going to say how many because I'm going to get into trouble, but I would imagine about 8 times she was champion.
And a little more of Nama results. She did the cross-country world champs this year, finishing 46th. And in the European cross-country championships, she finished 40th.
And we shouldn't forget Noga. Noga's not here. Noga is our big Israeli rider. She's gone on to enduro riding now, which seems an awful lot of fun because you don't have to go up the hills so fast, but you have to really rip it going down them.
Seems fun and scary. She did have a big crash, I think, a year or two ago. Pretty scary crash.
And I think she was riding for GT Factory. I don't know what she's doing this year or next year.
She's still racing.
Yep.
Not sure indeed about exactly in what team.
Where the teamer is. We haven't seen her much. She's abroad, I think, most of the time.
Yeah, but we're all very, very proud of our Noga Korem.
She was also women's downhill champion when she was about 16.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, she was here in the Epic a few years ago in 2018. She joined us in the anchoring team. And Leah Shrivers is still at the front. Let's talk a little bit about her results. She's 28th in the world in cross-country World Cup. In the Short Circuit World Cup, she finished 30th.
And that's such a tough category to be in the Women's World Cup. It's so competitive and so close. There is no one real, you know, there isn't a rider that for years and years has been dominating that category.
In the women's category, the races are always open. Very interesting to see. And Leah is actually pretty good in the eliminator.
That means she's got explosive legs, doesn't it?
She is very explosive. The eliminator is a certain part of the cross-country racing. Riders race in heats of 4, and the fastest 2 go on to the next heat. And each heat, or each round, is a maximum of 60 seconds. So it's like a sprint, pretty much. And she finished 2nd in the World Cup in Ali this year. So she is a very talented eliminator rider. Very, very explosive. Maybe she'll use this explosiveness later in one of her attacks.
That's 2:03 there.
2:03. Dan Carmel and Shira Biran, the mixed category riders, finishing 2nd, if I'm not mistaken, on the prologue. We'll wait to see how they finished yesterday.
Yeah, it's good to see some mixed riders out there.
Shira Biran, a Modi'in rider, riding for 500 watt team.
We've got a single rider there, 43, that's linked, that's sitting on the back of the women. I don't know where his partner is, but he's not involved in that race.
He's not involved. It is the race of the leading women of Sophie, Kim, Nama, and Leah. Nama and Leah are now leading.
Sorry, the most polite thing to do is just to sit on the back and not interfere then, isn't it?
And that's exactly what he is doing. So Shira and Dan, just looking at the results in the overall general classification, looks like they had a bad day yesterday. They're over an hour back on general classification, but maybe they are riding for some stage wins. We don't know exactly where they are on the road, as opposed to the other mixed categories rider. Let's see them later. Let's see later. We'll probably get some timings in the intermediate checkpoints.
Well, it all sorts itself out in the end. This race is it's a little bit of a, well, it's in Hebrew, a balagan in the beginning, isn't it? And then it just organizes itself.
It is a balagan in the beginning, but it's a little bit of a balagan, or a mess, to try to understand where the riders are on the road, as opposed to their opponents.
השידור בחסות למי יש זמן לטפל לכם בהחזרי המס? ל-800 המומחים של תלפיות, הבית של כלכלת המשפחה.
The new Opel Astra speaks for itself.
מתנות לחג קונים בבי, ועכשיו גיפט קארד עד 100 שקלים מתנה. חג שמח מבי.
איך יודעים שהאבוקדו הבשיל?
גם באבוקדו!
תשאלו כל דרכי. סימן איכות של חקלאי הגליל.
לקחת את האימון לאקסטרים. קורקומין אקסטרים. קורקומין ליפוזומלי בשילוב Q10 פטנטי. bara צמחים.
ערכת הספורט של ישראל. עיצוב וחיטוב הגוף. חפשו פיטקיט בגוגל. מעכשיו אין תירוצים. קולומביה. פיק פריקה חדשה. אחיזת קרקע מושלמת. קולומביה.
The second stage of Bara Epic Israel, we're back with you. Right, most of the riders are still at the Shokef uphill. A big climb we have on today's stage, starting from the race village in Nachsholim Beach. The riders rode around 18 kilometers before they hit the first big and major climb of the day, the Shokef uphill. Around 12 kilometers uphill, accumulating around 500 meters of ascending, which is not easy at all, and it's not straight up too. You have ups and downs, so you don't have a straight rhythm. We also had to walk through some of the alleys of En Hod, the beautiful En Hod, we must say, where we saw some great cheering exhibits. Here we can see some riders helping each other, trying to get up this climb as fast as possible. It is easy. It's not easy. It's a very difficult climb. It's a hot day here in the Chof Carmel Regional Council. These are riders from the red category, at least with the red numbers. That means they only start today. They can also start tomorrow, but they do a one-day race. There's a one-day race today in the Bara Epic Israel, and there's also a one-day race tomorrow. They started some 15 minutes after today's riders, and I'm sure they might have caught to the back groups. We're just behind number 30. Can't exactly see. One of the leading master riders, probably. In the masters category, our leaders, will remind you, are Yuval Friedman and Noam Strashnov, the never-ending duo, doing many Cape epics together. And now here at the Bara Epic Israel, they won last year, the 2021 edition, and they're again leading in the 2022 edition. Looks like no one can stop them, only themselves, or maybe some technical issues, but they do have a pretty big gap, around 10 minutes in general classification. We're now getting some images from one of our e-bikes. You can see the roads that the riders are encountering today. We see the 39.5 kilometer to go marker. This is for the leading riders, for George Agra and Lucas Baum last time we checked. The other riders are obviously a little bit further behind. George Agra and Lucas Baum are professional riders. The best, one of the best riders in the world when it comes to couples racing, to marathon races. Lucas did finish 7th in the World Marathon Championships that happened last week. Very, very strong, as we see some riders going downhill now from the Shokef uphill. It's fast. The ground is a little bit loose. We hope everyone stays upright on their bike. Have to be careful. Watch where you put your front wheel and don't have silly brakes, because when you brake on a surface like that, it can be quite dangerous. You obviously can brake. You just need to know how to do it. Use both brakes mostly. Stay stable with your body. Now we're getting some images from our helicopter, our Israel-copter helicopter with our cameraman Itamar Greenberg on it. Not sure exactly if these are the leaders of the race, but we see the riders on those long flat roads after the downhill from the Shokef uphill, just on the Carmel Mountain or the Carmel Mountain area. So we started talking about the wind earlier, and there isn't much wind today. I started mentioning that there are some windsurfing clubs in the area, very famous windsurfing clubs. One of them is in Sdot Yam, really, really close to here.
Well, that's sailing club as well. It's not just windsurfing, isn't it?
If you say so, I guess you'll know them better.
Yeah.
But they're very famous for their windsurfing, and so are some Israeli athletes. They have an athlete, 19 years old. I'll get her name in a moment. Her name is Tamar Steinberg, and she won the World Championships under 19, which is very impressive. They also have one famous Gal Friedman, who won the gold medal, the first gold medal for Israel. We can now say it's not the only gold medal for Israel.
We just
the
hope
Olympics
the cycling
2004.
The cycling sport, we'd hope in cycling here that we're going to get funding like the windsurfing gets funding from the Olympic Committee, please.
We do hope so, and we'll get some results close at least to what the Gal has achieved. Yuval, his brother, is here racing right now and leading the Masters category. So a pretty athlete family. Pretty athletic family, excuse me.
So the difference with windsurfing and sailing and cycling in the Olympics is that the water sports have fewer competitors in the competitions, don't they? You get every nation can only send one or two to a certain category, whereas the cyclists, you'll have 150 cyclists in one race. So it's pretty hard, and you only have 2 races as well.
The field in cycling is very difficult, and we can just see Charlie Mark leading Tomer Zaltzman. We didn't exactly know where they are. Their second will remind you general classification, 11 minutes behind Egger and Baum, but around 5 minutes in front of the Spaniards, who seem to be on their wheel, number 3, Victor and Manuel.
And we all know now that Carl takes a bit of time to warm up, being the oldest rider in the front in the UCI front groups.
Still second overall, though.
Yeah, but he seems to be going to work now. This is his time, I think, to close the gaps.
It is his time to close the gap, but the question is, a gap to who? We don't know exactly where he is on the road. We assume he's behind the Samparizis and Adrian and Unai, but we didn't see them for a long time as well. Tomer is just having a little conversation with Carl. Tomer looks very cool. Carl looks like he's working, but he looks like that all the time. He may be in a very fine position as well.
If the camera could just go forward, maybe we could see what's up ahead. Maybe they're coming up to the group ahead of them.
I hope we'll get confirmation soon in the feed zone. We're just in the area of Kerem Maharal, one of the beautiful villages in the area. Established in 1949 and named after the Maharal of Prague, which is the head rabbi of Prague, and he was at least the head rabbi of Prague. It was during the 16th century, so a long time ago, and they still remember him.
Guys, we just have to say here, the sheikhs have arrived. We've been waiting an hour and 37 minutes for the sheikhs, but they've arrived. Thanks, guys.
And we have to thank the guys from Galil.
And the girls are doing it over there. They've got some young students who look like they're working over there. Well done, girls.
So the guys and girls from Galil serve the riders with cold fruit shakes in the end of each stage.
I think I came in the morning and saw there was a whole truck full of fruit being delivered for these shakes for all of the riders and the commentators. Thanks.
We appreciate it very much, and I'm sure the riders also do. I remember last stage we saw Charlie Mark finishing the stage and immediately going to the shakes.
Wouldn't you after 4 hours?
I'm sure that would be my first station as well, if I could stay up on the bike. So here is the second feed zone in Kerem Maharal. We're getting some helicopter images, and here we have confirmation of the results in the intermediate feed zone. So George Egger and Lucas Baum are in front of Charlie Mark and Tomer Zaltzman. With them are Victor Fernandez and Manuel Cordero, 2 minutes behind. So the group of the Italians and the Spaniards, the Samparizis, Unai and Adrian, were behind the Austrian, Israeli, and Spaniard group. They probably still haven't reached the feed zone, so we don't have confirmation of how far behind they are. But that's helped us to understand better the picture of today. George Egger and Lucas Baum again on the front, again leading by a big margin. Up till now, we're only 40 kilometers into today's stage. Already opened 2 minutes. And they opened 2 minutes, we'll remind you, from Charlie Mark and Tomer Zaltzman and Victor and Manuel from Spain. We're back with Guy Niv and Nadav Reisberg, the leaders of the Israeli category, having the white jersey with that trident, the Neptune's trident on their back.
They don't look like they're pushing on at the moment. They're like in a sort of intermediate stage in the race, where they're just settling down a bit. Maybe they're feeling the legs from yesterday still, from that not stopping too cleverly in the feet stones. With a bit of chat, having a chit chat, how they're feeling. What do you want to do? Do you want to push?
Well, I'll tell you what. They're out of GC, so I don't think they have a big fight for general classification. And if they have something to fight for, is the stage win. Here we can see some red numbers: 601, 602.
602. There are new race lead races on the day.
They are. We saw them earlier as well. Another little word about Guy and Nadav Reisberg. I assume that they may just be keeping their energies for tomorrow, maybe trying to get the stage win on the final stage here, the final race of Guy Niv.
That's a big question, because the Germans are going to, the Gregory and
Lucas, they were with
Lucas,
them.
Are they going to give them the win? That's not going to happen, is it?
There are no gifts here.
There's no gifts.
George and Lucas have been working for 3 days, and if Guy and Nadav can have maybe an easier day on the bike, maybe they can be a little fresher for tomorrow. When we saw they were strong enough to hold with them on the climb, it was only Guy's technical problems.
An easy day for them would be half an hour behind.
Why would they mind?
Let's see.
We'll wait to see. Here are number 205. They're just in front of 601 over there.
And we're still seeing the pushing going up there as well.
Number 205 is the brother of George Egger, Andres Egger, with his partner Leah Krimsteyer. Both marathon German riders. And a little word about them. So they're together for around 6 years, and if you'll follow Adrian on social media, you'll learn that he's trying to build a DIY van, so a do-it-yourself van. And they both enjoy riding bikes. They're not professional riders.
No, I think they belong to a church cycling team, because they've got a couple of grandmaster riders here with them, and they were telling me about it earlier.
Very interesting. Here we can see some more riders. So the first group, George Egger and Lucas Baum, lead the second group by 2 minutes. Charlie Mark, Tomer Zaltzman, Victor Fernandez, and Manuel Cordero. The second group of Adrian Garcia, Unai Mateus, and the Samparizis are 5 minutes and 20 seconds behind the Germans. So now we get a better picture of where everyone is at. Looks like the general classification riders are in the same order of today's stage.
Yeah, it's finished yesterday, the same. We'll see later on what's going to happen. Here we go, they got the Guy and the Div coming through.
Another 2 minutes behind the second group. Looks like they made up some ground. We're back with Egger and Leah from Germany. A little more results of them. So they do race marathon racing in Germany. In 2021, Andreas finished 35th in the Marathon German Championships, and his partner Leah finished 18th in the women's category. A big round of applause for Guy Niv and Nadav Reisberg, the leading Israeli riders here in Kerem HaHaral. You can see those beautiful crowds.
And the little kids with their tops up and water sprinklers.
A great place for the riders to stop, refresh with some nutrition, and maybe with some mental energy with all of this cheering going up. Now, that's also very important.
Yeah, sorry, unfortunately, not unfortunately, but it's Friday today. The schools won't be in, so we won't see the classes coming out today.
Well, I'm not sure we need the classes. We have such big crowds here in Kerem HaHaral, and the riders can have a boost of morale here, just around halfway through the stage. Back with Leah Kremsteyer and Adrian Egger.
I think some of these riders need a little bit of boost, don't they?
Some do, and Adrian and Leah finished second yesterday, if I'm not mistaken. And they're second overall now in the mixed category. Second just to the Gigis, Lian Vitkin and Tzachi Ben Gigi. The engaged couple, we must say.
But last year we had a wonderful surprise here in the finish of the race. He proposed to her in front of the cameras. I wonder what he's got to do this year to beat that.
Well, I think he's going to marry her in a week or two. Isn't that enough?
You see the Shimano mechanics, they're going to work just helping out a little bit, directing people to where their boxes are. These UCI riders, they've got their own boxes there.
Yeah, number 5 over there, Lukas Kaufmann and Milan Damek. And number 10, if I'm not mistaken, the Austrian duo.
Now, let's remember they didn't stop in the first one, or a lot of them didn't stop, maybe because just got a drink of water, so this is their first real refreshment, their first changing the bottles.
Well, they know that one major feed zone would be enough.
Now, the third feed zone, the third feed zone is only about 9 k's to the finish, so I'd imagine they would try and just fly past that, only if they've got a problem and may stop.
I'm sure they would, and here we're back with the third group on the road, the Samparisis, and the second Spaniards, the Adrian and Unai. I think they may want to try to catch to the second group on the road, but it doesn't look like they're going full on. Are we looking now at top 5 positions raced? More and more riders make their way up that incline.
Yesterday we didn't have such a long climbs, did they? They were short and sharp and multiple climbs. Today we've only got really one big one and then sort of a half a climb after that. So it's a different effort to get up them, isn't it?
It's a different effort, especially when they have yesterday's short climbs and very long stage in their legs. It's not going to be easy to get into that pace of climbing that long climb. As you said earlier, it's not that steady.
It also suits a different climber. Some climbs, I used to love short, sharp, really hard climbs, where I would lose a little bit on the long, hard, half-an-hour climbs.
Well, each rider does have his own preferences. For me, it would be the longer climbs, where you can push and push and push. And this is the chasing group, the second chasing group, we must say. 2 minutes, or 3 minutes, excuse me, behind the first chasing group of Zaltzman, Mark, Victor, and Manuel. Second and third GC, second and third yesterday. And some more results. Guy Niven and Davreisberg we saw 7 minutes behind. Mark Schule and Paul Hauser for Germany, just 10 seconds behind them. And another group, Milan Damek, Lukas Kaufmann, and the Austrians, David Schugel and Thomas Garber. 9 minutes and 30 seconds behind the Germans.
Yeah, we're going to have an interesting fight for second and third and fourth and fifth here, aren't we? If they all still stay together.
I'm sure we're going to have some great fights still in this Bara Epic Israel. Although it looks like George Agra and Lucas Baum are just flying again today.
Well, we're going to now go into really the meat of the stage. It's going to be up and down, up and down, up and down for the next about 25 Ks.
Yeah, and they're going to enter Hofa Carmel single soon. It's 20 kilometers long. We'll see it soon. And I think much can happen there. I think it feels like we started the broadcast a few minutes ago. We're already 1 hour and 50 minutes into today's race. The Germans are only 33 kilometers from home.
Yeah, but it's a tough 33 kilometers and there's nothing flat. They're actually looking at the graph today. There doesn't look 1 kilometer of flat in the whole day.
Doesn't look like it at all. Here we can see some information about the Samparisis, both Italian, aged 30 and 29.
Both brothers.
And both great marathon riders.
We saw a little bit of a family drama, didn't we, in the end with them yesterday?
We'll leave that within the family, I think. So I'm pretty sure the Germans are already into Hofa Carmel single track, as we see Elia Daniel and Eitan Levy passing through Kerem Maharal around 11th position overall, just where they are located GC. They're 10th in GC, obviously. Are these the women again, or are we still with men?
No,
I think it's
mixed.
Andreas.
Yes, the mixed again. We haven't seen the Ziggies.
We haven't seen them today. We'll get confirmation of their timing later. They've been very stable. They've been practicing for this race for a long time. Both are true professionals. This is Amnon, one of our e-bike cameramen, riding, looks like, with Ben Kedmi. So 2 e-bike cameramen are together. Looks like Amnon will try to make up some ground, catch maybe another group, get some images from them.
I think he certainly pressed the boost button on that electric bike to go that fast past them.
Well, I heard Aviv talking about his batteries. There was a conversation about their batteries earlier on. More and more riders making it into Kerem Maharal. We have some party over there. We can hear the music all the way here.
You can see straight for the oil can. Well, is it an oil can? No, it's not singing, it's oil, isn't it?
Number 6 over there is Sonke Wegner and Holger Scharschmidt from Germany. One of them had a bad crash yesterday.
The Shimano guy's giving the bike back with probably oil chains already.
Anyway, we talked earlier about the boost option in the e-bike. So they were talking about batteries in the morning, and Aviv said he had to use the boost mode to catch the Germans every time they attacked. So even with an e-bike, it's hard to be behind those top riders.
Maybe that was why he was so nervous about changing his battery in the feed zone when we saw.
He knew it's necessary if he wants to stay with the front riders.
And we're going back to the amateurs here.
Pink riders, we can't see their numbers in the front, so I guess they're not full epic racers, but one-day racers.
So as we said, we've got about 80 new riders today joining on. They're going to ride today and tomorrow if they wish. And you'll see them with the red numbers on the front.
We can't see their number, and unfortunately we don't have their start list, so we won't be able to mention their name.
But they're getting TV time, aren't they?
Yes, they are. They're climbing pretty well on this little incline. Looks like the leaders in the Masters category, Yuval Friedman and Noam Strashnov.
So who are the second place here? Can you see their numbers? Because it's interesting. Are they helping them?
I can't see their numbers. I won't be surprised if they're from the elite category and not from the master category.
Yeah, you can see that they're not going forward, are they?
They look a little younger, I must say, under 40s, which puts them in the elite category, not masters.
Maybe that's Mohammed then. He looks like.
And it's hard to see their numbers, so we can't get confirmation. I won't be surprised if yet again Yuval Friedman and Noam Strashnov are on their own. Doesn't seem like they're even putting on big attacks. They just ride their own pace. We heard it from them yesterday after the stage. They said they had another couple of masters riders with them, and they attacked them, and they said to themselves, no, we're not attacking, let's just keep riding their own pace. And in the end, they opened a very big gap on them.
I think these are the let's call them the under 40s.
The elite.
The elite riders. And it's interesting to see that they're not helping out. Sometimes, maybe it's etiquette here, maybe not helping an over 40s masters group go away off the front.
If they can help, because Yuval Friedman and Noam Strashnov are very strong riders.
Yeah, but sometimes you get yourself involved in someone else's race. When later in the day and in the evening, a rider will come up to you and say, "Why did you help them go away from us? We were chasing. That's not fair."
Yeah, it is a problem when all categories start together and race together.
There are a lot of unwritten rules in cycling, aren't there? Not all the rules. You don't have every single rule written in the book.
Exactly, because you can't tell riders not to ride together. Less than 3 numbers over there, we can't see the number, but it means they're not masters. And maybe just doing this unwritten rule, we'll just see them entering the feed zone right now.
Yep.
Number 25.
25, so we just checked there. But you can see now more riders are coming in more frequently. It's going to get a little bit more busy, and now the volunteers are coming into their own. And remember, these people aren't paid workers, they do volunteer for the fun of it.
They do volunteer for the fun of it, and it looks like great fun here in the Bara Epic Israel in the feed zone. So number 25 for Boaz Chemo and Muhammad Yahya.
Yeah, called it correct.
Number 20 that we saw there. So Team Zone 3 were Roy Milman and
So it's interesting to see if they are going to help or they're just going to sit on and let them do their job.
Because they do have a race with the number 20 over there who just got past them. They're in the same category.
That's Roy and Omri?
Yeah.
So maybe they will start working then.
Maybe they will now that they saw them passing. We will try to get some results for you later on.
And we'd just like to say, Thomas Alsman's father's just turned up to have a look at what we're saying. Don't worry, we're saying nice things about your son.
Tomer is doing well today. The second group on the road looks like they will keep their second place GC and maybe another second place for them today.
Tomer's father here is. Are you still an Ironman?
In the feed zone with some NCC riders, number 27 over there is Salman Abwani and Jonathan Baron from the Southern NCC team. We see some beautiful images from this feed zone in Kerem Maharal. And we're just about to be joined in a moment for an interview. We can see some highlights from earlier today. So we're back with you, and we're back with the father of Tomer Zaltzman. Hello, how are you?
Yeah, I'm fine, thank you.
So how is it to be the father of a professional rider of Tomer?
Well, he started not as a professional. He started when he was 7 years old.
Which club did he ride for?
Team Misgav in the local club with Oz Dudai.
Oz has also had Guy Niv under him and Schulbis and the Goldsteins. And how much effort did you have to put in to get him up to where he can take off by himself?
I think that Tomer was very motivated from the beginning. He liked that sport, it fit to him very well, and he was a very strong kid.
Did it come from the family, or was it by himself?
Maybe from the mother, I don't know.
So how much pleasure do you have now to see him in Europe competing in the world-class races?
It's really amazing, because some of the riders are really like heroes for him. Nino Shorter, and when he stay now in the front line, and
as with next team,
with all the professionals, it's very exciting.
Yeah. Well, thanks for coming to talk for us. We'll keep an eye on him. Thanks.
Thank you. So we heard it from a proud father of Tomer Zaltzman. Here we can see Andres Egger and Leah Kremsteiler. Earlier we saw Naama Neumann and Leah Shrivers enter the feed zone. It was hard to see if they were with their competitors. Sophie and Kim, the leaders of the general classification in the women's category. We'll get confirmation of that result in a moment. And here are the masters, the leading masters. So this time they're behind some elite riders.
I think Mohammed there and Boaz have realized and they've gone to the front.
Well, they realize they have a race for themselves and they can't wait, they can't hold on.
You can't sit on somebody all the race long. You have to do the effort yourself. And you won't make any friends that way either, will you?
You'll get only enemies. So Muhammad and Boaz are 17th place overall. Riding for Team IGP, 15th place overall as a team. So solid ride for them.
And they're top, their fourth placed Israeli duo, or was it fifth place?
Looks like third actually. Eitan Levi Elia Daniel are second, then our Tom Yitzchak Yuval Tzachor third.
איך יודעים שהאבוקדו הבשיל?
גם באבוקדו!
סימן איכות של חקלאי הגליל.
לקחת את האימון לאקסטרים. קורקומין אקסטרים. קורקומין ליפוזומלי בשילוב Q10 פטנטי. בר הצמחים.
זה סמוקי דואו. תתאהבו חזק בצ'יפות לפיקנטי מעושן.
Sophie and Kim, the leading women riders, has just come into the feed zone. We saw Naaman Neumann and her partner Leah earlier on. So Naaman Neumann and her partner Leah looks like they're in the lead for today and the women's category.
So we saw earlier, we saw Leah trying to push the pace up and test the girls behind, and it's obviously worked.
Looks like it's worked. We'll just stop for confirmation in the Masters results in the feed zone. So Yuval Friedman and Noam Strashnov leading yet again. This time by 3.5 minutes on Sharon Peer and Vir Almog. Another 2 minutes behind her, Nir Zohar and David Resnick. For fourth place overall, they're challenging third, and looks like they may be on the podium for today's stage. So we just talked about the little fight between Muhammad Yahya and Muhammad Yahya and his partner was Chemo, and Omri Gazit and Roy Milman, who are just one place behind.
Now they're riding with the top 40 riders, and where did they get? They're a little bit behind them on the GC, the top 40 riders, aren't they?
Well, they are in the GC of the riders.
Down here with the specialized riders.
So, as we said, Boaz Chemo and Muhammad Yahya are 15th in the men's category, and just one place in front of Omri Gazit and Roy Milman, who passed them on the feed zone. That's what made them go up the front. They want to be in the top 15 riders of Bara Epic Israel.
They may have made a mistake there, because if they were helping out earlier, they would have pulled out more time on them maybe. Now they've realized they've got to go to work. It might be a bit too late for them, because they're now joined together with their competitors.
Well, as we said, part of mountain biking, part of epic racing, is that you don't have your radio. You don't know who's in front of you. You don't know how much they're in front of you. You just have to keep on riding as strong as possible for as long as possible, obviously without burning out. But you just can't know what's going on behind you or in front of you.
I think we just passed there Benjamin Schmidt, there, the third rider in the black helmet, in the black clothes, sorry. He used to be a juniors elite rider, and now he's turned himself into a fantastic youth coach.
That's very nice to hear, passing the knowledge to the youth. They were riding with Herman Bode, and Bart van der Beek from Netherlands.
Yeah. It's nice to see that the youngsters can get into cycling and carry on with the cycling after they finish riding in the youth categories.
Yeah, even when riders don't go to the elite categories or the pro categories, it's always nice to see people stay in the community of cycling. It's a great community to be part of. You see everyone here knows each other in the Bara Epic Israel.
And you say that, I noticed two names in the results yesterday. I'm going to go and find them for you, okay? Because they are ex-racers who are way down. They're not pulling any. They're not getting any TV time. But they are there. It's Ran Margalit, I saw, is racing.
Ran Margaliot.
Ran Margaliot. And he was a pro rider, wasn't he?
Yeah, he rode for Saxobank, rode with Alberto Contador.
And I've seen Doran Amitz also is here with a partner, and he's ex-Israeli cross-country champion a long time ago.
So both of them ex-professional riders staying in the cycling community.
And riding for fun.
That's great to see riders still staying here, riding for fun, really enjoying the sports, enjoying the essence of the sport, which is just to enjoy yourself.
That's right. You don't have to be, these guys realize they don't have to be in the head of the race all the time. You can enjoy yourself in the middle of the pack.
Indeed, and some technical issues.
I think the battery's finished on the, not on the electric bike, but on the camera, the GoPro. They're going to change it over for us.
Could possibly be, and we can see what happened earlier on today. We started 7:30 a.m. from our race village in Nachsholim. It's not the Queen stage, as Gal Tzachor mentioned. It's the King stage, because the Queen stage was obviously yesterday. The riders headed north near the beautiful banana farms. They were up for a 78-kilometer stage today. They went under the bridge. In the beginning, there was a little interesting attack from one of the Spaniards, but without his duo, without his partner. Adrian went without Unai. He stopped later. Later on, we saw some attacks on the Har Shokef climb. was a tough climb. They went from sea level to around 500 meters. It was a very, very tough climb, and the Germans, George Jagger and Lukas Baum, put the hammer down behind them. Only Guy Nieve and Nadav Reisberg managed to hold the pace until Guy Nieve unfortunately had a technical issue. You see some serious and suffering faces on this long climb, around 12 kilometers long, and doesn't go straight up because it has ups and downs and ups and downs. They went through the beautiful village of En Hod with some beautiful artistic people showing us what they do best.
I think they're in costume and they're playing their role for us today.
And singing the opera. In the women's, it was Sophie and Kim riding with Naama and Leah. We just saw a little gap opening there. We'll still wait for confirmation on what the gap is, but looks like we have a race in the women's category. In the men's category, we have Charlie Mark and the two Spaniards on third overall, Victor and Manuel, trying to chase the Germans around 2 minutes behind. The Samparisis and the second Spanish duo, Unai and Adrian, are another 3 minutes behind. Leah Rivers pulled the pace, try to make a gap from Sophie and Kim, who won the previous two stages. Today, they're coming for a stage win, Leah and Naama. Guy Nieve and Nadav Reisberg try to
rejoin the leaders on the podium places.
Yeah. After having this technical issue on the climb, very frustrating for them. We can get some great images from what we climbed today. So we were just near the beach, just near the sea.
השידור בחסות איך יודעים שהאבוקדו הבשיל?
גם באבוקדו!
תשאלו כל דרכי. סימן איכות של חקלאי הגליל.
לקחת את האימון לאקסטרים. קורקומין אקסטרים. קורקומין ליפוזומלי בשילוב Q10 פטנטי. בר הצמחים.
BMW X4, עכשיו באולמות התצוגה.
פספורט קארד, במקום הראשון במדד השירות בביטוחי הנסיעות לחול. פספורט קארד, no matter what.
A unique haute couture creation. New DS4 haute couture experience.
פומה פיוטר, נעלי הכדורגל של המחר. פומה. בטאץ' מתאימים ביטוח בול לרכב שלכם, החל מ7 שקלים ליום, כולל מקיף וחובה, רק בטאץ'.
Again, we're back to the feed station. More and more riders are going to come in. They're all nervous. They're all under stress. They're all going to get the best treatment they can and the best service from the Shimano guys and our volunteers. In the grand there, we got on the 39.5k mark. We got 2 hours and 6 Eli Cohen and Israel Cohen. After them, Leo Bitton and Vitaly Frost at only a minute difference. You can see as the middle of the group starts to arrive, it gets a little bit confused in there, and everybody wants to get the service as quickly as possible. We've got the motorbike driver there calling off one of the girls. I just hope that's water and not some sort of energy drink on the back. Just getting a bit of information from the driver as well, how she's doing. Looking for a partner, and off they go. I think we're back there with the Masters leaders, and there's only 2 of them there, so it'll be interesting to see what happened to Mohammed and Boaz, if they've gone off the front and left them, or they've come off the back. So they're looking a bit quite, even if you can't see it, maybe it is a climb there, but they're slowed down a little bit. You can't see the grade there, can you?
You can't see the gradient, but sometimes the cameras can lie.
That's right.
Maybe a few percentages of a gradient that they're going up. They are going slow and they are strong riders, so I'm sure there is something over there.
And there's no conversation between them, no one looking back either, so they obviously know, they're obviously okay.
They do look okay, and they look. We saw they were leading the Masters category.
Yeah, I was just saying just before you came back from your coffee, that we were looking for Mohammed and Boaz here and we couldn't see them. We didn't know if they're the front or if they've gone off the back of them. We'll see soon enough.
We will see soon enough. We are 23.5 kilometers to go. For the Germans at least. I wonder where they are. They're probably during the Chof Carmel single track. We may not have reception through that single track.
They're certainly in the middle of that meaty section, aren't they? I mean, we're just looking on the graph and they're probably somewhere down, either down at the bottom or up at the top. There's no flat left at all today.
It's up and down and up and down. They will have some flat towards the end of the stage.
Let's hope they don't have flats in the tyres. That's all that. No, they don't want that.
We don't want that, but we do have Joe's no flats to help us in case you do have a flat.
I think that the terrain here is a little bit better, a little bit easier on the tyres than it was yesterday. We're not seeing so many problems with tyres today.
Well, we did have many big pointy rocks that the riders had to encounter yesterday, and that interfered with their riding. A little push over there between Yuval and Noam.
Yeah, just a reassuring push to go on. Maybe they are feeling a little bit in the legs.
Well, I'm sure they're feeling something. They are humans, some sort of humans.
Yep.
They're very, very strong, but I'm sure they're feeling something, and they're just trying to ride their race through. Make their way back to the race village safely, and in a good result. I'm sure they'll want to win this stage as well. Looks like they're on their way to winning this stage.
Well, Aver should realise that the electrical motorbike is staying on the leaders of the Masters race, isn't it? They're not staying just on the leaders from yesterday. Whoever's leading the Masters, well, that'll be the camera on them.
Yeah, the cameras go all over. Probably want to see the leaders. We will get some more images of other Master riders, as we saw earlier, and the feed zones and in the Shokef climb.
Well, it's correct to say that also we saw that the cameras left Sophie and I've forgotten her name now. I'm sorry.
Sophie and Kim.
Kim and has gone up with Leah and Naaman. So they're leading the race at the moment.
Yeah, we will wait to get confirmation on that in the intermediate feed zone. But it looked like Naaman and Leah entered it first, and we only saw Sophie and Kim about 2 minutes or so after them.
But that's still quite a big break to have. 2 minutes.
It is a big break. And if something happens to Sophie and Kim, like Naama and Leah had to deal with yesterday, the GC can open up.
Yep. And we don't want anything to happen to anybody, but it just makes more exciting racing where they're closer together.
Of course, we don't want anything happening to anybody, but it's bike racing, and things can happen.
As we've said before, it's very hard to tell from the body language of these two riders. They're so similar, and you can't. It's very hard to tell if they're getting under any pressure or not, or if they're going through a bad point. They're so smooth.
They just look cool always.
I think that's their secret. They go so quickly, but visually they look so slow. They make this minimal energy, sorry.
Yeah, and still they open a huge gap every day. So they may look like they're struggling, but maybe they're not.
There's certainly no panic in their riding, is it?
I think that's part of the magic. That's part of what makes them such good riders. The ability to not panic, to keep cool, keep calm, stay collective, and that's how they stay in the front of the race. We're getting some images of number 10 with the orange helmet over there, and the riders making their way up the alleys of Kerem Maharal. Earlier image of Sophie and Kim when they were together with Naama and Leah. Still don't know where they are today.
בוקר טוב, יום נפלא. כן, בהחלט קרן קיימת חרתה על דגלה את כל מה שנקרא סיפור האופניים. זה נכנס לנו לוורידים. אנחנו משקיעים הון תועפות גם של כסף וגם של אנרגיות לתת לא מעט שבילי אופניים בכל מדינת ישראל לרוכבים. אני חושב שזה חיבור מדהים, זה עושה לנו טוב, זה עושה להם טוב. ואם אתה שואל אותי על אפיק ישראל, אנחנו גם מחוברים בשנה החמישית או השישית. זה אירוע בלתי רגיל, אירוע מדהים, אני חושב שזה גם אירוע בינלאומי. אחד הדברים המדהימים שראיתי, הייתי פה שלשום, הייתי שם אתמול בהזנקה, ואני חושב שזה אירוע פשוט מחמם את הלב, מתרגש לראות את האנשים האלה ואת הרוכבים בשבילים של קק"ל במועצה האזורית חוף הכרמל.
מדברים איתך עוד?
אנחנו משתדלים לתת מה שנקרא את כל האופציות לכל מה שאמרת כרגע בשידור, ואנחנו בהחלט עכשיו הכנו תוכנית עבודה ל-2030, מה שנקרא מהיום עד 2030, להכשרה של כל שבילי האופניים, גם לתחרותי, גם לאקסטרים, גם לאנשים היותר חובבניים. אנחנו ניתן את כל הכלים לכל הרוכבים, לכל הסוגים ולכל הקשיים. תודה רבה לכם, להתראות.
Well, we just heard from Kakal how they enjoy hosting us, hosting the riders on their beautiful single tracks and this beautiful race, this Bara Epic Israel 2022. On our little break, we had some time to get some results for you at home. Looking at the live results of the Epic Israel website, we could see that there is a gap of around 2 minutes and 45 seconds between Naaman Neumann and Leah Shriver's to Sophie and Kim Ames. So it looks like Naaman Neumann and Leah are having a very good race today, and they may be going for the stage win. Still a long way to go from that intermediate checkpoint, but looks good.
It's the best way to make up for a disappointing day yesterday, isn't it? To take the win.
No better thing, no better consolation than a stage win.
It's a very good step forward as well for them to move forward over the GC. Unless your competitors have a problem, you'll only be able to catch up slowly by day. Only they've got today and tomorrow to do it. So it's not long, but you can always try, can't you? It's no good not trying.
There is no good not trying, as you said, and as you said, anything can happen. So if they try and something happens, it will only help them. Obviously, we don't wish that to anyone, but things have happened. And you won't be surprised if things happen as well. Now we're riding part of the single tracks. Could it be Chof Carmel single track already?
Yeah, you notice we've come back up to the 20 group with the Zone 3 riders. I think that's Mohammed and Boaz in the front.
Looks like they may have made a regroup.
Yeah, I think they realise they've got to move on a bit, and they've got their own little private race. And we can see the two riders there in the blue and the white helmets. The first day, those were the cheetahs or the jaguars. What were they?
The leopards, maybe.
Yeah, they've both got moustaches. They called them moustache guys or something like that.
They do have moustaches that you can't miss. Well, you were talking about little races that people have. As an epic racer, I'm sure you have many little races for little positions, for 6th, for 7th, for 10th in the overall ranking, for 100th in the overall ranking.
Especially if you're a Masters 40-year-old, 50-year-old, it can get a bit hectic in there. Sometimes they lose a little bit of reality going on. I remember my partner Shivik Kochavi broke his shoulder. No, it was his pelvis before the race.
Unpleasant.
Yes, it was unpleasant because it was a month before. He wasn't going to race. I trained for 8 months for the race, and I had to look for a partner. We found a joint friend who was prepared to ride with me, Amitai. Amitai was a very powerful rider. The only problem is he used to go down to Burger King a bit too much and eat too many hamburgers. So he was a fantastic time trialist, but when it went up the hills, I just left it. I couldn't physically ride so slowly with him. So I would leave him. We had the conversation. I'd leave him, wait to the top of the ride, and top of the climb, sorry, and wait for him to catch up. But then one day we'd come round to the finish. I don't know where we were. We were probably 30th in the 40-year-old group. And he said to me, Elliot, let's go for a sprint finish. I'm like, Amitai, you're in dreamland, sunshine. We're 30th. What do we need to go and sprint finish for now? But we still did it because that's the fun of the race.
It is the fun of the race, and it's always nice to beat some of your rivals to get another position up in the general classification of the whole race, of your own category. It's always a nice feeling.
And also I got something out of that race that I didn't get out when I was racing for podium places, was that you can actually take your time. When you got a lot more fitness than your partner, you're a lot more quiet and relaxed, and you can look around you and see things you wouldn't see when you're really we got your face racing.
יופי. הגענו לאולי האלמנט שעבורו נולדה הפינה הזאת שאנחנו עושים. למה? כי אומרים סינגל ואומרים סינגל חוף כרמל, ואי אפשר לדמיין מה זה הדבר הזה. פה זה ממש יש מה להרגיש, מה לספר, מה לדעת על הגוש הזה. סינגל חוף כרמל הפוך, וזה מה שהולך לקרות פה. הרוכבים הגיעו, אתם זוכרים, קודם דיברנו על שוקף, הגיעו, טיפסו את שוקף, ירדו לשביל הביובים, טיפסו חזרה, ירדו לקרם מהר"ל, רכבו מזרחה, והם נכנסים מאזור בת שלמה אל סינגל חוף כרמל הפוך. הסינגל הוא ארוך, אנחנו נשתמש ב-20.5 קילומטר ממנו, אבל האלמנט המשמעותי שבו זה באמת שרוכבים אותו הפוך. הוא נבנה ותוכנן לכיוון השני. זה משנה אותו לגמרי, חוץ לארץ. חוץ מזה שזה מוסיף קטעים זורמים מדהימים, מאוד מאוד כיפים שיש בו, וחווים אותם שונה והכל נראה אחרת. שמביט בי מאחור, לא יודע מי אני. אז חוץ מזה, יש קטעים משופעים, מדרגות לא לכיוון הנכון, במרכאות, שמשנים את התמונה לגמרי. יש קטע דרדרת, הם מתחילים בקטע דרדרת, ואפילו, בוא נגיד, האחוזון 30 ואחורה, ועשו שם מייקי בייק. יש קטעים של לדחוף את האופניים במעלה ההר, על קטעים מדורדרים, קשים, עם מדרגות סלע, אבל זה יהיה מתגמל ושווה מאוד. מבחינת הדירוג, זורם 3, אבל זה ממוצע זורם, כי יש קטעים שהוא זורם 2, שלא להגיד 1.5, ויש קטעים שהוא זורם 4. אז הלכנו על ממוצע, כי הוא מכיל הכל, הוא ארוך, הוא מגוון ומאמן. אז זורם 3. דרגת קושי היא כבר הגבוהה ביותר שיכולנו לתת, אבל תמיד, כמו שאומרים שמושלם זה אלוהים, תמיד הורדנו טון אחד, זה לא יהיה 5 קלשונים, הוא קשה, הוא קשה. רמה טכנית 3, עם אותו הסבר של הפלואו, של הזרימה. יש בו קטעים טיפה יותר טכניים וקטעים טיפה פחות. הרמה הטכנית היא ממוצעת, אוקיי? לכן הוא מאוד מגוון, והוא מגיע בסוף. הוא קשה מהמובן הזה שהוא מגיע בסוף. סוף יום עבה, קשוח, מגיעים כבר עם ידיים עייפות וכתפיים עייפות, הרבה צורך בגיוס מכות כוח כדי להתגבר על האלמנטים הטכניים ועל השיפועים שבכיוון ההפוך דרמטיים. מגיעים אליו אחרי 47 קילומטר, יוצאים ממנו בקילומטר ה-67.5, ואז בגדול נותרו עוד 10.5 קילומטר משורעים עד כפר התחרות. אבל אתה נכנס לסינגל ויוצא ממנו אדם שונה.
השידור בחסות למי יש זמן לטפל לכם בהחזרי המס? ל800 המומחים של תלפיות, הבית של כלכלת המשפחה.
The new Opel Astra speaks for itself.
מתנות לחג קונים בבי, ועכשיו גיפט קארד עד 100 שקלים מתנה. חג שמח מבי.
איך יודעים שהאבוקדו הבשיל?
גם באבוקדו!
תשאלו כל דרכי. סימן איכות של חקלאי הגליל.
לקחת את האימון לאקסטרים. קורקומין אקסטרים. קורקומין ליפוזומלי בשילוב Q10 פטנטי. בר הצמחים.
ערכת הספורט של ישראל. עיצוב וחיטוב הגוף. חפשו פיטקיט בגוגל. מעכשיו אין תירוצים. קולומביה. פיק פריק החדשה. אחיזת קרקע מושלמת. קולומביה.
Well, we've just heard from Gal there about explaining that the riders are going to go into the best single he's arranged for this year, the cream of the cake of the singles. They're going to go in the opposite way, which is interesting because it's not really good etiquette to ride Kakal singles opposite, is it? On a Friday, certainly on a Friday, Saturday, you don't want to ride at the opposite direction.
Especially when it was planned to be ridden in one direction. As he said, there were steps which you're not supposed to climb, or little sharp climbs that you're not supposed to do, or you were not planned to do. You're able to do everything, obviously.
But one of the good things you can do in the middle of the week, I'm going to say in the middle of the week, guys and girls, when there's not many riders on the tracks, is ride them the opposite way, and you'll realise that you've doubled your amount of singles you can ride.
It is like a new single track when you ride it in the opposite way. Everything feels different, all of the technical elements.
And the view as well.
It's all different, and here we can see our single track, our Chofa Carmel single track in the reverse direction. So we'll do 20.5 kilometers out of it. We can see we'll enter it from the area of Bat Shlomo and finish it around 10 kilometers from home, from the race village. And
it's 10Ks, sorry, it's 10Ks flowing single now?
It's 20 kilometers.
20 Ks at one time.
One time.
You
no
go
stop.
in and you come out 20 Ks later.
Indeed.
Oh my God.
And you see the height graph. It's down, it's up and down and up and up and down.
And I just remembered now, Gal has said in Hebrew that the riders are going to come out of it a changed rider. Let's hope they're changed for the good.
Well, I think they'll be changed to the tiredness, because they come here after around 40 kilometers or so, tired, with their body hurting and tired. It's not only the legs, but it's your shoulders, your hands. You need to get a good grip of your bike, and to get out of it, it'll be difficult. It will take time. I think it will take over an hour for the non-professional riders, because you also accumulate 400 meters of climbing nearly.
And he said it was very sharp, short climbs as well. A rider, when you've ridden so long for the day, you're going to get cramps doing that.
You can, and here's a little preview, a summary of what we had already today.
In the morning.
So we started stage 2 of Bara Epic Israel in the race village in Achsholim. 500 riders left the race village, heading north this time towards Har Shokef. They started off pretty strong. George Agger and Lucas Baum still in the front, still leading. This time it was Adrian, the Spaniard, pushing the pace, but without his partner. So we had to wait for his partner to join. Behind him we can see Charlie Marks and Tomer Zaltzman just under another road cross, trying to cross at the least amount of roads. So we go under them, we go above them, we do anything just not to be on them. The riders had around 18 kilometers before they reached the first climb of the day, the climb to Shokef. And when that climb started, it was George Agger and Lucas Baum setting a stellar pace. Not many riders could hold to them. It was only Guy Niv and Nadav Reisberg who stayed on their wheel, but even they couldn't do it, unfortunately, due to a technical issue. Guy Niv had a problem, or Guy Niv or Reisberg had a problem with their bike, so George Agger and Lucas Baum were on their own as the other riders passed through Ein Hod, a beautiful artist village, beautiful views and beautiful singing. Here we can see, looks like Guy Niv and Nadav Reisberg from Israel Premier Tech, the leading Israeli riders. A little wheelie over there. And here we are with Guy Niv and Nadav Reisberg doing Chofa Carmel single track. You can see it's very pretty. They are the leaders of the Israeli category, we'll remind you. Still leading it today, going a little further from GC after that technical issue. So this single track, Gal said it's 3 in the ranking of flowing. So it's not the most flowing single track, but not the least flowing single track. It has different sections to it.
That's because of the climbs they've got to go up, haven't they? So you can't call climbing flowing, can you?
Indeed, but you can see this is a pretty flowing area, although Guy has to take his leg off over there.
Motocross technique coming out there.
And going back to the ranking of that single track, the difficulty level, Gal gave it 4.5 out of 5 tridents, so it's difficult. It's Neptune level difficult.
I think that's because of the climbing. They're going to raise that. You raise your heartbeat, your oxygen's going to go out of your brain, then you have to go straight into a single downhill.
Especially when it's climbing that you were not supposed to do, according to Kakal. We're getting some beautiful images from our e-bikes. They also do the whole track with the riders. They just have a backpack with them and a GoPro that allows us to see the beautiful views from their bikes. This e-bike looks to be behind some elite men or master riders.
I think that's Boaz and Mohammed up there with their other competitors. It's Ori, was it? What the zone 3 guys' names?
We'll check that for you in a moment's time.
I mean, we like to recognise the riders on the track. A little bit of a mistake there, turn missed, but corrected quite quickly. You see guys just looking, trying to get into his flow. It's a little bit hard for him.
Well, he's not used for off-road biking. He rides his road bike throughout the season. And I'm sure it's not a simple transition, although he was an off-road rider. To ride your road bike for the whole year, it's a muscle you need to train, technique.
It's also your brain. You have to train your brain to be able to make multiple and constant decisions on the fly.
Indeed, you have to make those decisions very quickly. He has Nadav Reisberg in front of him, another roadie, so he's also not used to mountain biking. But they're both doing pretty well for roadies. So number 20 over there was Roy Milman and Omri Gazit for Zone 3. I think we just saw them again.
Yeah, that's right. They're four of them together, aren't they?
And number 25 was Chemo and Muhammad Yahya from Team Muhammad and Boaz.
It'd be interesting to know if Yuval and his partner are off the front here or off the back of them.
Friedman and Strashnov.
Yeah, did they leave them or are they behind them?
That's a good question. We'll try to understand maybe later. They got into the feed zone altogether, so we won't have confirmation on the feed zone timings. And maybe we'll get some images later. We see that back wheel of looks like Nadav Reisberg going all over.
I think that's Guy actually, the back.
That's Guy? Excuse me.
It's good. Body language. We'll see. The sun's quite strong here, and it's a contrast with the stones, isn't it? It's not giving us the best colours.
Yeah, and it's not giving the riders the best colours too. It's hard to get in and out of the sun.
Yeah.
You get it in your face, and then you get a shady part, and your eyes needs time to adjust. And it's hard to adjust when it changes constantly.
Talking about the lead Masters riders, Noam and his partner, I reckon they're probably going to go for looking at an overall GC placing for themselves as well. I think that's their target.
I'm sure that's a big target.
As you can see here in this single, there's pretty no places at all to overtake, is there? If you're stuck behind someone a little bit slower and you want to push on, it's probably not worth the risk trying to overtake two riders at once.
It is very risky. It's not only overtaking two riders, it's two riders overtaking two riders because
Yes,
it's a couples race.
Yep, you're correct.
And not only that it's difficult to overtake, it's technical, it's dangerous to overtake. If you go a little bit off the track, you might find yourself off the bike.
Completely off the track, that's what you find yourself.
So sometimes in cross-country racing, we see the race to the beginning of the single track because riders know they can't be passed during the single track. So if you have a little difference in technique, you could go first to the single track and then make the riders that are a little more technical stay behind you, and then they can't pass you.
We talked about it yesterday. That's a high-risk strategy, isn't it? Because you can also come off. It's better to try and make your efforts on the hills. But if you don't have the fitness to make the effort on the hills, you're going to have to do it in the sickles.
We're getting some more beautiful images from the helicopter, the Israel helicopter with the LaView unit. This is the part heading from the sea, the flats near the beach, near the sea, going up to the Carmel Mountains. That's where the riders are riding right now in Chof HaKarmel single track. And here we can see first images for a long time for George Egger and Lucas Baum. Looks like they're heading out of the single track. Or just between different part of the single tracks. We're having some communication issues today. It's hard in the woods to get good images. We are in the back of Guy Niv and Nadav Reisberg. You were right, Guy Niv is indeed on the back, riding on the wheel of Nadav Reisberg.
If you saw Guy get out of the saddle, that is his special technique. You can see when he shakes the bike and moves from side to side, that's how he does it. You can see Nadav's there stuck in the saddle. He doesn't get out so much.
Well, each rider has a different way of riding, a different style that he's comfortable with. And we can see it even in one team. Yep. Two riders have different styles.
Quite often on the road races on Eurosport, it's quite fun. You can spot the riders' techniques from the helicopter. And it'd be quite sad not to be able to pick out Guy now in the peloton.
It will be very sad not to pick him out anymore.
Well, we've got Omer there. I know, for some reason, Omer doesn't ride mountain bikes at all anymore. We haven't seen him for many years on a mountain bike. It will be great fun.
Omer Goldstein.
Yeah, because he was real talent when he was younger on the mountain bike.
Well, he is still a real talent.
We just don't see it anymore, unfortunately.
But we see it on the road,
That's
having
right.
great races.
Yep, and he's trying his best. Like a nice tight single track there. I mean, there's no room for a mistake, is there?
There is no room for a mistake. They do have a nice buffer, but they wouldn't want to crash and meet the ground. We got some images from our e-bike behind them. Looks like we're at the back of the Zone 3 riders. We saw the little race for the 15th place overall. Another very respective spot in Epic Israel.
Also, we were talking a little bit earlier, it's hard, you can't overtake, so it's no good for this electric bike to try and push past and move up to other riders. So we're just going to sit and watch them a little while.
We will sit and watch them for a while, but he can wait for other riders, so we may see what's behind them. He does have his producer that tells him what to do and where to go, so we get the best images from this Bara Epic Israel. Nearly 2 hours and 40 minutes into today's race. We're
back on the front again.
Back on the front
We've got
with
connections
the Germans
again to the front camera.
Looks like Lucas Baum is leading George Egger. George is slightly bigger. Lucas is in slightly better form now, near the end of the season, as we were talking several times. When they will finish the single track, they will have 10 kilometers to go. They're pretty close to the end of the single track.
And we'll notice at 9 k's to go, there's another feed station. So if we see that, we'll know there's only 9 k's to go.
Yeah, and I don't think they'll have to stop.
No, they just fly past. Unless one is feeling not so good, he might get a gel.
Well, only takes a few seconds to stop for a gel. But they're professionals. I believe they can hold another 9 kilometers. They know their limits. But on the other hand, they know they have another day tomorrow. They have a big gap. They don't know they have a big gap. They can assume. Looks like Dan Zygmunt and Noam Schiller. And I saw earlier in the results that they're not in first place.
No, look, you can see Noam suffering a little bit. If Dan's on the front, Dan's a lot smaller than Noam, as you can see. And he's leading him on. Maybe he's having a little bit of a bad day.
But they're still smiling. They feel in control.
Well, Dan will be smiling because he's riding within himself. He's not pushing to his maximum because he can't hurt Noam anymore. So he'll be a little bit more clearer in his mind, and be able to smile to the camera. If Noam can smile, then that's a good thing. But he's in a little place of hurt at the moment.
He is in a place of hurt, and we saw earlier Eli Cohen and Israel Chen leading.
So you can see the size difference between two riders there.
It's like he's double, and here we have confirmation of the results. Let's look for Zygmunt and Schiller. 7 minutes behind Eli Cohen and Israel Chen. We may have a change in general classification in the Grandmasters category.
Yeah, and we saw that yesterday with the 40-year-olds. If the rider goes into trouble, there's nowhere to hide, and he's just going to lose a bunch of time.
There is nowhere to hide, and it looks like they are into some trouble. So Noam Schiller and Dan Zygmunt were leading Israel Chen and Eli Cohen by 4 minutes yesterday, and they're down by 7.5 minutes. So they're about to lose the jersey.
Yeah. There's no way back. If you're having a bad day, a bad moment, a moment maybe you can recover, but it doesn't look like Noam's going to be able to recover here.
Maybe it's after 2 very tough days. They did say that yesterday was a very tough stage. Maybe that's they're feeling it now.
And you can see Noam's not exactly the rider you think you recognize as a climber.
Ooh, and even George Egger and Lucas Baum are struggling to ride Chof HaKarmel upside down, aren't they?
It's all these little steps up that Gal was talking about earlier. It's just annoying you.
If professional riders can do it.
Look, you can see they're losing the grip. Just picking up. And now this is also a point where riders are starting to get cramps. Maybe not the elite riders, but masters riders their legs are going to be singing down here, coming up here.
Well, I'm sure they're suffering too. We can see we're around 13.8 kilometers to go, so they'll be out of the single track in just a few kilometers. Very close to the finish of it. They can be happy with that. And you see how they go up those rocks. They're big. It's not easy, but they're still managing to stay on the bike for most of the ride.
You know, as Israeli riders, this is actually the end of the season, end of the summer season for the riders. Most riders look forward for the rain to come in maybe a month's time, and it repairs the singles, makes them nice and smooth again, and it all just feels a little bit more flowy.
It does, because now it's all very dry, isn't it? Yes. And when it's all dry, you don't have that much of traction. The rain will come and put all the ground stuck in together, and they will have better rides on there. But you do have to be careful from the rocks, because they become very slippery after the rain. Getting some helicopter images from the single track. You see, it's, as we said, it's part under the trees and part under the sun. That's pretty warm today. We do have a warmer day than yesterday, and yesterday the rider said that the way back was very, very warm. So it looks like they're out of the single track. Maybe they'll have another little part of it. We'll have to see in a moment. But Lucas Baum still on the front. I think he's doing most of the leading in this race.
Yeah, I think in this second half of the race he takes over. And you can see the cassette there on the chain. It's about 2/3 of the way down, so it's not such a hard climb for them, but they're not flying along yet.
Well, they're not flying along as it looks, but if we put them near other riders, I think it would look like they're flying.
Well, if you put me and you there next to them, they'd just fly past us, wouldn't they?
Absolutely. And we're talking about a former Epic winner here.
That was former.
How many editions did you win, Elliot?
I only won the first one because because Ronen Gali decided he was going to go into the Masters, and he was with Zachmor, who we see there from Zone 3, who's a professional triathlon and coach, and they actually smashed the category for a couple of years.
Sounds like excuses, Elliot.
No, it wasn't an excuse, because when you see them going off in front of you, you think, oh my God, I'm not going to even be able to chase those two guys.
Well, it's still very impressive to win even one edition, especially when it's the first edition of Bara Epic Israel.
Yeah, and I got the jersey to prove it as well.
I believe you.
Some people don't actually, but when they put on the jersey, I say, listen guys, go and find one of those, you won't find another one.
It's a special edition.
It's actually my favourite jersey I've got, I have to say.
Well, I remember you said that sometimes you put it on when you want to feel good with yourself.
Even sitting watching the TV, I put it on, you know.
Well, maybe when you watch the reruns, you can put on the jersey. So 12.8 kilometers to go. Still not out of the single track. Still a few more kilometers to go. Even within themselves, they sprint out of every corner. They try to keep the pace as high as possible. And they're working. They're never stopping to work. If they're trying to prove a point that they're the strongest, I think we got it.
Yeah, but riders at that level, it's better for them to keep on at their pace and they concentrate, keep the concentration up. If they turn themselves off thinking, oh, we got plenty of time, that's when quite often mistakes happen, doesn't it?
It is, but I'm pretty sure they don't want to put themselves in the red zone or on the edge, so it's a balance that you need to find.
That's right, you have to find your level, but you keep it there and you can see they're concentrating. They're believing in their equipment. They're not worried they're going to get a punch or anything. You can't think, oh, something's going to happen to me.
Well, they're believing in their equipment, and I think that maybe because they're their own mechanics. And here we can see results from today. Where are Tzachi Ben Gigi and Lian Vitkin? Has something happened?
No, this is the mixed.
Yeah, and they're not there. So we see Andras Egger and Leah Kremstar first.
You're right, sorry.
Dan Carmel and Shira Biran second. Nimi Cohen and Baronen third. And it's hard to see.
We'll have to get some information from the...
Something must have happened. 40 minutes have passed.
We'll just go and ask our little helper if she can come and get an answer for us.
So we're trying to get answers on what happened to them. Still no answer about that. That is very unfortunate for the couple. But a very good result for Andras Egger and Leah Kremstar, and also Dan Carmel and Shira Biran, very nice. Now let's go to the women's results. Naaman Neumann and Leah Shrivers, as we said earlier, came in 2 minutes and 50 seconds ahead of Sophie and Kim Ames from Netherlands and Germany. So a very good ride for the Israeli-German duo. Third are Yulia and Ekaterina, 23 minutes behind them. Amanda Guinness and Hadass Spice.
I think that's more than... Sorry, that's more than a good ride. I think it's a fantastic ride today.
It's a fantastic ride. They show that they're in the top level here in the elite women's category. They showed that they had... It was just bad luck yesterday. And it looks like they're charging for a stage win. An hour has passed since then, more or less. So many things could have still happened. But let's hope they're still in the front and still riding well, because we would be very happy to see an Israeli win in an elite category here in Bara Epic Israel.
We can see the kids are still out, but they've been out for at least an hour helping riders, and we've still got a lot of riders to come through.
They're all asking for high fives. Standing in the sun for a long time and having those little
squirters,
water squirters to cool the riders off. Some more e-bike images are those Friedman and Strashnov. Looks like them with the blue jersey, the leaders of the Masters category. So we're having some big upsets in the mixed and in the Grandmasters category. We don't know where Lian Vitkin and Tzachi Ben Gigi are. More than 40 minutes off the pace, so they're off the lead of the race, unless something happened to their measurement system, which we assume is pretty not likely. And in the Grandmasters category, Dan Zygmunt and Noam Schiller are having a very bad day, which means Eli Cohen and Israel Chen, who were second up till yesterday, are going into the leader's jersey, as it looks now.
They did a great moment for them to stand on the top of the podium step.
I'm sure they will be very happy. Could not feel bad for Dan and Noam, who worked very, very hard in the last 2 days, but there's still another day to go. Maybe they'll be able to recover tomorrow. And maybe they just went in a little too deep in the past 2 days. As you said, it's a race of attrition every day, but I think it's a race of attrition throughout the whole epic. You can't go too deep every day because it's hard to recover and get to your best day after day.
Especially when you get older, it takes longer.
It takes longer, and you need to work to recover. Not exactly actively work, but rest, eat well, maybe put your legs up, stretch well. Back again behind the master leaders, Yuval Friedman and Noam Strashnov. I think it's the first time I see them out of the saddle. They always seem to be in the saddle, calm and cool.
And they've joined up now with some more riders. Maybe that is the Zone 3 riders that were ahead of them. Let's see.
Could possibly be them. Ooh, the back wheel over there.
Yeah, he's losing his. They got super fast tires on, I noticed. So rear wheel traction isn't the best thing for them.
Yeah, and when we talked to them yesterday, they mentioned that the European riders, some of them have even less traction than them, and they fell in many corners yesterday. Yeah. Some unfortunate crashes. We hope that today everyone stays upright on their bike.
But this section of the single is super hard for the riders after almost 3 hours of riding. All these little explosive efforts they have to make to jump up a step. It really does hurt and stiffen your legs up.
Well, they're after 60 kilometers of riding today, or 50 kilometers of riding today. They're after nearly 200 kilometers in the past 3 days, so I'm sure you feel it. And it's not regular 200 kilometers of riding. It's 200 kilometers of epic riding that Gal Tzacho has planned. So it hasn't been easy, not on the legs, not on the body. Their arms, their shoulders must be sore, must be feeling that great effort that they've been making.
It's turned into a little bit more smooth here, a bit of a respite for the riders.
Yeah, there are sometimes in those single tracks parts that you get in and out of them.
Transitional parts.
Indeed. It's hard to build a single track that will be straight throughout a whole forest. Sometimes nature has its own limitations and you have to learn how to work within them. Still, Kakal has done an amazing work building the single tracks in this area, especially Chof HaKarmel single track, which are we riding today. Not as Kakal intention, but still I'm sure the riders are enjoying themselves and feeling the high quality of single tracks that we have here in Israel. So we're 10.2 kilometers to go. I believe that George Jagger and Lucas Baum are out of the single tracks. We'll remind you that this kilometer to go indication is only for the leaders. So that they're getting pretty close to the race village. I believe they'll be here in less than 30 minutes, which means less than 3.5 hours of racing.
And the race village here has come to life in the last 10 minutes or so. There's a bit of anticipation for the riders to turn up. People have turned up to have a look. They're looking at the big screen. The stands here are starting to open up and do give out free stuff. And the shakes have been made as well at this moment.
Well, I'm sure the riders are waiting for those great fruit cold shakes. Here we are behind Yuval Friedman and Noam Strashnov, leaders of the Masters category and general classification, winners of the first stage of the prologue, and looks like they may be the winners of today. Let's look again at the map of today's stage. Stage 2 of Bara Epic Israel 2022. The riders head north before they climbed Mount Chokef. Then they had some steep downhills before they started Chof HaKarmel single tracks, a 20-kilometer long single track. That's long. And then 10 kilometers of flattish roads on the way back home to the race village here in Nachshalim Beach.
We're back with the leaders here. You can see, as yesterday and the day before, the last 10Ks of they don't sit up and just soft pedal back. They are pushing themselves to open the gap up.
They never seem to sit up. Even in the warm-up today, I heard them. Half an hour before the race started, I heard their rollers roaring with speed and power of them warming up. You said you saw them sweating. It takes many watts to make these guys sweat.
You didn't see any smoke coming out of those rollers, did you?
I didn't look good enough. I think we should check them now. They may be burnt.
We'd just like to say they are Wahoo's rollers, and they've been placed here for the usage of every single rider. It's only if you're a pro, if you're almost the world champion of Multi Station Racing, anybody can go on them and have a go at it.
That's part of the great things we have here in Bara Epic Israel. This is the map of Chof HaKarmel single track, the reverse edition that Gal has arranged for this race. A 20.5 kilometers of single track. Whew, that's long.
So we're back down to the flat now, aren't we? If we're in banana fields, we've left the hills and now we're coming into the finish.
You've left the hills. The wind doesn't look as strong as it was yesterday.
It's almost nothing. It's really a no wind.
It's pretty much a standstill. I think they may enjoy a little bit of wind to cool themselves off. I think everyone in the race village here would enjoy it. It's warm today. It's warmer than yesterday. You can feel it.
And the heat's gone up in the race as well, we have to say that.
The heat has gone up in the race. We've had many changes in the different categories. The men category, we still have George Egger and Lucas Baum leading. They're stopping in the last feed zone.
We saw that yesterday as well. They just stopped in the last one.
Well, it was a very hot and long single track. Hard work. Maybe they want to take 30 seconds or so to stop. They're putting some isotonic drinks over there. It's good for your legs, not to cramp.
I'd just like to say, if they would have carried on and felt a little bit of lack of water and hydration, that could do damage for tomorrow.
Absolutely. They need to think about tomorrow too, and they know they have time, and this sort of racing has always helped them. So they know they want to be good tomorrow. They want to have another good race, I'm sure. So only 30 seconds or so of stop here at the town of Ofer in the regional council Chof Karmel. And you remember yesterday we were in Amikam, which was founded by Chinese immigrants. Ofer was founded by Indian immigrants. Indian Jewish immigrants.
Yeah. We're back up on the top, aren't we? That's the artist village. Oh, Karen Maral, is it? So it's the second feed zone. But you can see guys there are taking their time.
Why be in a hurry? You have such a beautiful feed zone. People cheering you up. Great water, great drinks, you have great mechanics. What do you need any more than that?
Someone to ride the bike for you to the finish, maybe.
Maybe next year we'll have that too.
Well, we got the relay race, haven't we? We don't know where they started from, the second couples, but I'll imagine it would be from a feed zone.
Makes sense to start from one of the feed zones.
And you can see the pace is back on. They've lifted it up again, got the drinks, and now they're going to try and put some more time in on the overall.
8 kilometers from home. Looks like nothing is going to stop George Egger and Lucas Baum from winning another stage of this edition of Bara Epic Israel. Going up and down under the road 4 probably. Where we hear some yells from Vivi Cheskel, our cameraman, maybe alerting them from something.
There's someone coming towards them, isn't there?
Maybe someone in front of them that they're about to pass.
Yeah. But they're going.
Maybe the motorcycle too.
No, that's the motorcycle. There's no way a weekend warrior is leading these guys in.
No, we do hear some yelling over there. We hope everything's okay within the front group.
Let's just hope it's our motorcycle and not some other person. It looks like it.
Yes, and they're absolutely flying on the way home. It looks easy when they ride it. I was talking to some riders yesterday. They said, you know, the way back looked really easy, those last 30 kilometers of ups and downs and downhills, and it looked easy on the height graph too, and when you see the Germans, of course it looks easy, but it's not easy. These roads are not always so simple. They're flat, but the road isn't so pleasant. You need to work, your hands need to hold the bike strong.
They get tired and you start to lose grip, don't you?
Indeed, so you need to stay focused. And they make it look easy, but this race is an epic race with epic routes.
Yeah, we've just passed that ride. I think it was an electric ride and not a motorbike. That's why it was going so fast.
Could have been, and there's 6.8 kilometers from home. The Germans, George Egger and Lucas Baum. Behind them is our cameraman, Aviv Yechezkel, with his e-bike. See some boulders over there. Gotta stay focused, gotta stay alert to all the different challenges on the road. Let's talk about a little more villages that we passed through today, but they were going so fast that we couldn't see them. Before, let's see the results. And that's the second feed zone, just 10 kilometers to go. So Markt and Salzman came 3.5 minutes after the Germans. Looks like they're the only riders who got there. So I assume they have a gap again from Victor and Manuel, the Spaniards, who were third yesterday and third in the general classification.
That's a good time for them, isn't it? It's 3.5 minutes only down.
It's not bad at all. Looks like they're on their own, which means looks like another solid second place for these guys. And Aviv Yechezkel trying to get maybe a little better image from the top over there. He's having fun, I think.
I think they're over 30 k's an hour in this ditch, aren't they?
Looks like they are, and there's lots of mud over there.
Water,
they don't care,
water.
They just go straight through the mud. Aviv is trying to avoid it.
It's generally best practice to go as fast as you can through, because if your tyre does slip, it doesn't have time to slip completely out.
And they go as fast as they can, that's for sure.
I've just had Thomas' mum shouting at us, it's all because of the mum, not the father.
It's always the mum.
Yeah, we're not going to argue.
So just some more villages that's worth mentioning that we passed through. One of them was Isfia, which is a Druze village in the area on the top of the Carmel mountain range, if we can call it a mountain range, but a low mountain range, let's call it. And it's been inhabited around 4,000 years ago. Druze people started living there 400 years ago or so, so they've been in the area for a very long time. And actually, 60 years ago, someone found a treasure near Isfia. And the treasure had 4,500 coins, silver coins. Unclear exactly what their goal was, but some assumption says that they may have been taxes collected from the area, from Roman times. So I'm not sure there's much to do with coins.
Do you think the taxman hid the coins for himself, or what happened there?
Unclear, maybe a fight, he didn't want to lose them.
Well, they often used to bury them to hide. They didn't have safes, did they, in those days? So they'd often bury them somewhere. The problem was they'd either die or go away. No, they died. And then no one knew where their money was.
Maybe he forgot.
But in Israel, the Israeli Antiquity Authority has control of all of the treasure that's found in Israel. You can't keep it for yourself.
Well, I don't think there's much to do with the 4,500 coins that are 2,000 years old.
If you gave them to me, I could find one or two things, I think, to do with them.
Please tell me.
You could melt them down, you could sell them on the markets, but then you'd probably find me down in the local prison.
Well, we don't want that to happen.
Not today or tomorrow, anyway.
No, and here we get some images of Karl Markt and Tomer Salzman.
And I think they made a little mistake there, and you saw Tomer in the back there maybe slide out.
They could have slid.
And they lost their pace. They're going to get back up to the pace again quite quickly, I would imagine.
Seems like they're still second on the road. And they'll probably want to make their gap from the Spaniards in third place even bigger. They want to...
It's a buffer gap, isn't it? Just exactly. For tomorrow.
They would like to have a big buffer to keep that second place in theirs, as Charlie has been the past few years.
We're under the last road.
5 kilometers for the finish of this second stage of Bara Epic Israel, as Gal said, the King stage.
5Ks at this pace, we're going to be here in about 9 minutes, maybe 8 minutes, aren't they?
Well, something like that. They're never slowing down.
And the kids have certainly woken up. I don't know what they've been doing, but they've all turned up here at once.
Well, maybe they just finished school. Friday is a short day.
I don't know. You don't have kids. I had kids. And Friday scores don't work on Friday anymore. That's it, finished.
When has that happened?
When you left.
I left too early. So we're just in the area of Teldor National Park. I believe the German pair is a little closer to that area right now. Teldor National Park has some great history.
You can see the bananas there are wrapped in the blue nylon sheeting to protect them. And if you have time, probably the Masters probably got a bit of time, they could stop and pick a banana for later.
I'm not sure the farmers would be so happy with that.
No, we'd like to thank the farmers as well. We did it yesterday. Thank you guys for opening up the gates and let us go through your land.
Thank you very much. So Teldor National Park tells the story of Dor, an ancient port city. So there are many natural bays in this area, so many ships could come here and stop just near the beach. It's a safe place for ships, and it was established around 18th century BC, so it's like nearly 4,000 years ago, and it was a very big city in the area. But when Caesarea came and became the big city, so Dor didn't grow as much anymore and became smaller and smaller. And many findings that were from this national park went into the Mizgaga, the museum that we talked about earlier today.
So maybe we should have bought our metal detecting machines and go and look for some silver coins on the beach next to us?
Absolutely, and maybe even uphill. We said there was a big treasure found in Ispia as well.
Yeah. We've got final preparations here in the end line.
We see the crowds are coming. They're waiting here at the end point of the race. The riders will cross through the finish line, and then they immediately have to slow down and go into the cooling area. There's a very nice cooling area for the riders. Oh, and there's a crash over there. George Egger is on the ground. He stays calm, he stays cool. I think he'll go on his bike very, very quickly, and he has lots and lots of time.
Let's hope he hasn't damaged anything. It doesn't look like it, does it? Hasn't broken anything.
He just takes this corner a little bit too strongly.
That's right, it's loose over hard again. That's what's happened. Or you get into a rut of dry earth. It's like going into marbles. But no panic. And he fell on the right side. He didn't fall on his derailleur side, so he wouldn't have damaged that.
He didn't fall on his derailleur, and Lucas fell on the prologue. So now it's George's turn. He looks totally fine, isn't he? Didn't seem too bad. Looks like the dirt here is pretty pleasant.
Just washing his hand off there, the dirt off the hand. I was actually just going to say about 2 minutes ago that they've had a trouble-free ride today. But again, it's the race. You have to race to the end, don't you?
You do have to race till the end, and they are racing till the end. Here we can see the third duo, Victor Fernandez and Manuel Cordero, 8 minutes and 49 seconds off the pace. The Italians, the Samparisis, are still with Adrian Garcia and Unai Mateos, 12 minutes off the pace of the Germans. Well, when you just keep on racing and keep on racing and keep on racing, it's inevitable to have a little problem or a little mishap like this.
It just depends how you deal with it.
And it looks like they dealt with it very well. Lucas was just very cool about his knee. That didn't look so well when we saw it after the prologue. I'm sure George will be like that too. They're professionals.
Yeah, looking at Lucas's knee the other day, we thought it was a lot of damage, but it wasn't actually. It was the damage over the years where he'd constantly fallen on that same knee.
Well, I must admit that my elbows are slightly pink from falling from my bike. So we're 3 kilometers from home. The tumbles seem to be behind him. He's holding his leg a little bit. I hope everything's okay.
It's probably a little bit itchy, you know, he'd fall and slide. That dry earth, it really is like marbles or gravel, and it can actually cut you.
Can cut you, but luckily he didn't seem like he really felt bad. Hope he'll be all right. We'll get to talk to him later after the race here how he is feeling. And he's just going to the front. So it looks like he's okay if he can pull Lucas Baum on the way home. Maybe he also wants to prove himself that he's okay. We're getting some more images of our men leaders from our Isracopter helicopter. They're getting close towards the beach. And they're enjoying this rolling flat surfaces. They're flying up this road.
Maybe we'll see them a little bit more tentative going around the next 90-degree bend.
I don't think so, you know. Look at them, they're just flying.
They must have a very short memory then if they can do that straight away.
Well, they are wearing the yellow jersey, maybe the gold jersey, like Goldfish. They have like a 2 or 3 second memory. I'm sure they do remember what happened. And we can see Guy Niven and Dav Reisberg, another minute and 25 seconds behind the Samparizis and Adrian and Unai from Spain. So not the best day for them. I think they really got frustrated after that technical issue, being at the front and having a flat tire.
I mean, after yesterday as well, the probably morale just dropped a little bit.
I hope they'll be able to come back here today, relax, and get prepared for tomorrow, which is another stage at the Bara Epic Israel, another opportunity for a stage win.
Now, you asked earlier on if they were going to purposely lose time, and I said they needed maybe to lose about half an hour, just to keep your body nice, a bit fresher. So we'll see tomorrow what's going to happen if they try and go off the front straight away.
Well, I think 13 minutes isn't really easing off. It's still going in a very, very strong pace. It's not so far from the Italians and the Spaniards.
Yeah.
More and more riders go in the under-road crossings. Hard to see exactly who they are.
The Spanish Blue Riders, the
Bihi. They were 8 minutes, nearly 9 minutes behind the Germans, another 5.5 minutes behind the Austrian-Israeli duo of Charlie Mark and Tomer Zaltzman. They're keeping their 3rd place on the day, and some riders are having to walk again, the Germans.
Lucas, yeah. Maybe it's just worth running and rather than trying to get up there.
Well, once you get off the bike, it's really hard to get back on it, so maybe they just lost the wheel, lost focus for a second, and then they had to run back.
We'll see how the other riders deal with that.
And then we'll understand how difficult it is. So it's not an event-free day for the Germans.
We often see them doing little runs through Kisaria, Akko last year.
Yeah, here we have a replay of that. It's just really, really deep sand.
It's not worth the effort, is it? Just to run up there.
Yeah, and they're tired. They're after 200 kilometers in the past 3 days, even more, 240 kilometers or something like that. And they just decided that the best way is just to run. Sometimes it's faster because they would just pedal slowly, make a huge effort and not make too much progress. You can see the beautiful beach of Dor.
Isn't this a nature reserve, the beach?
It is. Dor Habonim Nature Reserve. I think it has the most bays in Israel.
Well, Israel has a problem. We can't change it. That the beach goes from south to north or north to south, doesn't it? We don't have many bays or inlets. So generally it's the same beach all the way down to the south.
And here you can see we have many small bays. You may not be able to see them on the map. They are small.
Yeah.
But there are those little bays that ancient ships used to dock at. Actually, in 2021, it was severely damaged by a ship that spilled oil around 50 kilometers away from here.
Yeah, there was a big cleanup, wasn't there? I remember that now. The oil turned up on the beach.
It was very unfortunate because there are many, many species living here. One of them are snails that used to create color.
I was going to say that. I forgot all about that. That's the purple, isn't it? The
yeah,
Roman
take
purple.
it.
No, you haven't. You got it. Go on.
So they used to create the color purple with snails, also light blue, I understand. But in ancient times, they used to use those snails to create color purple. It's amazing.
And it was so hard. They had about 10,000 snails for 1 gram of dye, wasn't it? And it was so expensive that the Roman Cossars decided that only Caesar or whatever could wear purple at some point, or Rhodas.
I didn't know that one. Well, poor snails.
Yeah, poor snails. It's all down here from Lebanon all the way down. The sea snails they used to have to collect. And they would crush them to get the Theo out, I'm sorry.
And the Germans are crushing the field today as the Romans used to crush the snails. They used to create purple and they create yellow. They're going to stay another day in the yellow jersey. They're very, very close to the race village. I think it's going to be a right-hander in the roundabout where they started the day. Or Gal may surprise us later. The third rider with them is Aviv Yechezkel, our e-bike cameraman. And Lucas Baum and George Egger are making their way to the race village. They are indeed very, very close.
Got some horses up in the front there. I hope they're inside. We're not going to go past the horses. It's okay.
Well, they're about to be here in around 3 hours and 20 minutes or so. So the average speed for today will be around 24 kilometers per hour. Not as fast as yesterday, because we did have a little more climbing, a little more single tracks.
Yep, and a little more tiredness in the legs.
Indeed. Although, as you said, these guys recover so quickly. They're just so strong every day, one day after another. I won't be surprised that even if they've come here after one day of racing, they would have been deleting another stop here.
Hikey bike.
Another hike bike for the Germans. The sand here is deep. Gal is trying to break the riders even kilometers away from the race village. But look at the beautiful views they're about to see. Look at that sea, look at that beach.
We must be to the left there, surely. They can't have much more to go.
They are very close. The kilometer to go mark is gone, which means they are very, very close home. Another little descent there. Got to be careful near the beach with the sand.
That's right.
Hope they'll stay upright. Hope everyone stays upright. You can see it's pretty deep. Twists and turns. They throw their back wheel, and this time Gal was had a little mercy and put those wooden boards so the riders don't have to ride through all of this sand.
Characteristic for Gal.
Yeah.
I think that would have been the end of Gal if they had to ride the last 200 meters through thick sand. I think he would have gone off.
Look at that, they're really on the beach.
Yeah.
Tomorrow people can open a blanket and be on the beach over there. And today it's George Jagger and Lucas Baum who are winning another stage of Bara Epic Israel.
And we can hear the helicopters right over the top of us, so they're just around the corner.
And they've just entered the race village. They will do the final lap before they reach us here at the finish line. It's 10:47 local time in our race village in Nachsholim Beach. We can hear the helicopter roaring above us, and you will hear the crowd roaring for the winners of the second stage of Bara Epic Israel. The flying German, Lucas Baum and George Egger. Wow, another great stage.
What a partnership, eh? If there's no fault, there's no way there's no little niche you can find in them. They're perfectly matched.
Another perfect ride for the perfect duo for the kings of Bara Epic Israel, winning the King stage today.
And we see what Gregory there with this little bit of damage to his elbow, but nothing serious.
Looks like a little bit of blood, but nothing much. His uniform is still
intact.
Yeah, in one piece.
We're going to give the TV the time just to talk to them a little bit, then we'll get one over.
Yeah, they're getting washed, they're getting recovered a little bit after this long day in the saddle, just under 3 hours and 20 minutes. I'll let you go try and get them, and I'll stay here with the race. So we're 3 hours and 19 minutes into today's stage. This is Victor Fernandez Grande and his partner Manuel Cordero. They're third on the road. They're just behind Charlie Markt and Tomer Zaltzman. So we're waiting.
Pretty rough, but nice to ride.
And you already have some experience, Lucas, with the courses here. How was today's experience climbing up to the Shokef through the village of En Hod, etc.?
For sure, it was the first time real climbing here, but today I was in pain the whole day. I'm lucky that I had Georg with me, who helped me getting through the stage, but I was really suffering today.
Is it you guys are too strong, or the others are just not strong enough?
I don't know. I think we showed over and over again during the year that we are together, almost unbeatable. And I think the combination of us is hard to beat. I think we're pretty strong in a team competition.
This is your probably 4th or 5th edition of Epic Israel. How do you summarize the courses and the experience so far comparing the other years?
Yeah, I like the course a lot. I think the location is a bit better than last year. But I also like the location in Jerusalem. It was also nice. More climbing and yeah, all the locations are great. I don't know which is the best.
The tactic for tomorrow, guys?
Just come to the finish. I just want to finish the race. Yeah, the same.
Okay, congrats once again, guys. Good job.
Thanks. Thank you.
So here we are with the Samparizis, and one of the Spaniards, it's hard to see where the other one, maybe it's again Adrian pushing on, it's Unai on the back with a turquoise helmet, and it's the Samparizin in front of him. The question is, where is Mr. Adrian? He was leading in the beginning of the day, leaving Unai on the back. Maybe he's doing it again. Just stretching his legs.
Well, let's do some quick options here. If he's off the front, then there's going to be a sprint finish between his partner and the Italians to see who can finish in second place. Third place, because Carl and Tom are probably in second place, aren't they?
I think it's fourth place, because we have the first Spaniards.
That's right, sorry, yes. If he's off the back, I don't know why he's riding on the back of them. If the second Spaniard's off the back, there's no reason for him to sit there.
It's hard to understand what's going on. Another point is, I think they're supposed to be within a certain gap, aren't they?
2 minutes.
So it's 2 minutes. I don't know how they're going to manage it. It's an interesting thing to see here.
You see, if the first Spaniard's off the front, all the second Spaniard has to do is sprint and beat one of the Italians to be ahead of them.
Could be an interesting tactic for these.
השידור בחסות למי יש זמן לטפל לכם בהחזרי המס? ל-800 המומחים של תלפיות, הבית של כלכלת המשפחה.
The new Opel Astra speaks for itself.
מתנות לחג קונים בבי, ועכשיו גיפט קארד עד 100 שקלים מתנה. חג שמח מבי.
איך יודעים שהאבוקדו הבשיל?
גם באבוקדו!
תשאלו כל דחי. סימן איכות של חקלאי הגליל.
לקחת את האימון לאקסטרים. קורקומין אקסטרים. קורקומין ליפוזומלי בשילוב Q10 פטנטי. bara צמחים.
ערכת הספורט של ישראל. עיצוב וחיטוב הגוף. חפשו פיטקיט בגוגל. מעכשיו אין תירוצים. קולומביה. פיק פריק החדשה. אחיזת קרקע מושלמת. קולומביה.
We are here joined by yesterday's winner, the prologue's winner, George Egger. Aren't you tired of winning?
Yeah, I mean, we like the tracks here a lot, and Israel also. We got a connection to Israel because Chinga started early to sponsor our new team, Speed Company Racing, and it's every time nice to get to Israel.
And you're just saying about your team, Speed. You've had such a fantastic year. You've gone straight up in the world, and everybody's starting to look at you as the top riders.
Yeah, I mean, as a couple, we work super smooth together, and we showed already in the Cape Epic. There are some points we can improve. We want to get a bit better in cross-country racing as well, but for the first year, we're super happy, and yeah.
How does getting better in cross-country help your marathon racing, or doesn't it?
I think it helps you a bit. It depends on the track. I mean, you're technically better than the marathon races normally, but for the long climbs and long distance, you have to train also marathon racing.
We saw you made a little mistake in the end there. Is it a bit more annoying than
Yeah, sure. It was annoying. I had a bit too much tire pressure because I was afraid of the rocky single track in the middle of the race. I think it was a good decision, but costed me a crash.
Okay, well, good, thanks.
Yeah, thank you.
Great day.
Thanks, George. And we just saw Charlie Marks and Tomer Zaltzman reaching the finish line 4 minutes after the winners George Egger and Lucas Baum. So another solid second place for these guys. Now we can see Guy Niv ונדב רייסברג
נמצאים איתנו צ'רלי מרק ותומר זלצמן שכנראה היום היה להם יום קצת יותר טוב. Better day today?
And we saw a little bit of blood on Carl's elbow as well. He had a little fall somewhere.
Took a lot of good single tracks. In the end, I suffered a lot because it was a lot of sand in the way, and it was really hard to battle in these conditions. But yeah, we are still second, like yesterday. We did the good work today, and yeah, it's one more day to go.
עם התקלות של רייסברג את גיא ניב, לא פעם ראשונה בשבילך, אבל אתה סוחב את דגל ישראל ואת הענף על הכתפיים.
כן, תשמע, בסוף באנו לעשות תחרות אופניים, אבל כן, לגמרי נחמד להיות בפרונט, והיה לנו יום ממש טוב על האופניים, נהנינו במסלול, בסינגלים, היה ממש טוב.
Charlie, you are maybe the most veteran international rider in this race. Many years you raced with Gregor Ragel. First time you raced with Tomer Zaltzman. Who is the better combination?
Yeah, the best combination is my old friend Gregor, but I think with Tomer it makes also fun. And yeah, I think you have to be a team for this race. We are not the strongest, I think, but Tomer has good skills on the bike and he knows the area here is really important. And yeah, the most important thing I think in every stage race is to work together, help each other, and yeah, then it's and also the fun I think on the bike.
Tomorrow is the final day, more cross-country character. What's the tactic? מה הטקטיקה?
Full gas, I think. No?
Survive. Survive.
Full gas מצד אחד, survive מצד שני. תודה רבה לתומר זלצמן וצ'רלי מרק, and good luck.
So one rider wants to do it full gas, and Charlie wants to finish the race. Another solid second place for them. Still on the podium in second place. Great ride for these guys. We're just getting some helicopter images of maybe Nadav Reisberg and Guy Niv. Hard to recognize them from here, but all of the elite men riders are getting closer and closer to the race village. Hope we'll get some images from the women's category later on. We'll remind you that we had some big changes in the Grandmasters, and in the mixed category we had Eli Cohen and Israel Chen having a great race today, and Noam Schiller and Dan Zingman having a not so good race today, losing 7 minutes to Chen and Eli Cohen. So it looks like the Grandmaster leader jersey will change. This looks like Shira Biran and Dan Carmel in the mixed category. They were second on the road today, not second overall. And
I think that was actually the two lead women.
Oh, could have been.
Could have been Leo and Naaman.
Weren't they in black?
I saw a backpack. One of them had a backpack on the front there.
Could have possibly been them.
But again, seeing it's very hard to see with all the dust and the sun here.
I hope the riders can see where they're going. So 3 hours and nearly 30 minutes into today's race. We started 7:30 a.m. It's nearly 11 a.m. here. The sun goes up. It's becoming hot. The master riders are still a little further away from the race village. They're going to have a very, very hot way back home to the race village.
I mean, the last riders are probably going to take another 2 or 3, maybe 3 or 4 hours to come home. A little mistake there. Not recognizing where the turn was.
Looks like number 10 from Austria, David Schugel, and his partner. His partner is Thomas Garber. And third in today, the Spaniards, Victor and Manuel, third in general classification, third on the stage. Another very, very good ride for these guys.
Another solid ride from solid pair of riders there.
Trying to tackle the Spaniards.
En español.
Muy contento la segunda etapa cuando rodábamos en segunda posición. Hemos tenido la mala suerte de que Manuel ha tenido un pinchazo y bueno, hemos perdido ahí un tiempo valioso. Pero bueno, como ayer no hemos tirado la toalla, hemos luchado hasta el último momento y muy contentos y muy felices de estar hoy de nuevo en el podio.
Organización en percorso del Epic Israel.
Genial, la organización es excelente, una de las mejores carreras del mundo.
Muerto. ¿A mañana?
Mañana a tope otra vez, full gas. A nada, luego que hay que hacer es reservar la posición y nada más.
Vamos, a mañana.
Gracias.
So Victor Fernandez and Manuel Cordero came in 10 minutes and 30 seconds behind the winners George Egger and Lucas Baum. Keeping their third place, we're just about to be joined by Tomer Zaltzman, finishing second today. How was today's race, Tomer?
It was much better than yesterday, actually. I felt more comfortable with the climbs, and also afterwards we got to the long single track, and we really enjoyed it. And yeah, it was a good day on the bike.
Tomer, you don't know, but your father and mother were here, and we interviewed your father about you when you were 7 years old. Was it 7, he said?
Yeah, 7.
And how you were so serious as a racer from 7 years old.
Yeah, more than today.
Would you like to say thank you to your parents?
Yeah, of course.
Without them, an Israeli cyclist is very hard to get on, isn't it? Without your parents here.
Yeah, I mean, it's all the support, it's parents, it's my girlfriend, she's really supportive with all my traveling. And
what's her name?
Ronnie.
Ronnie.
Yeah. So it's really important to have like good support, parents and friends, girlfriend. It makes the way much easier. Yeah.
Are you looking forward for tomorrow, or is it? Are you still fresh enough to think about trying to do something tomorrow?
I think about the rest today, and in 1 or 2 hours I will think about tomorrow.
Because you're getting better every day now, both of you.
Yeah, it's like we opened up a little bit, and I think we extend the lead a little bit for the second place.
Yes, you did.
So hopefully tomorrow it's another good day.
Well, that's great. Well done.
Thanks.
Good luck tomorrow, Tomer. We just saw the Spaniards, and the trick has worked. They managed to get in together before the Italians, and there's a gap over the Italians, and they are just over the moon, aren't they?
I think we can find out there that the slower rider went up the front, the faster rider. Well, we're telling this in Spanish now.
My partner today.
English.
I'm very fast and I am happy.
Where do you bring those energies after 3.5 hours of racing? You're full of energy, man. Where is this coming from?
My energy is training because I am training with the Dino Train. It's a group of
Isn't that great? That's just wonderful.
my
That's why we have this sport, isn't it?
This is incredible.
And the Italians
And your partner, how was it today?
But there's nothing to be
my
disappointed
partner is very
about.
strong, and tomorrow
We've
I
lost his
attack with
partner,
the podium.
Lorenzo. Here he comes.
How is
The
the
two brothers.
Italians? How was the fight with them today?
Well,
Lorenzo has
Italian
done a lot
today
better
I'm very
than I think
strong and
yesterday he
I'm
was.
incredible.
We'll
But
try
I
and get
decided to
Lorenzo
attack
to talk
individual,
today.
and my partner behind me. Fast. For position. Now.
There's nothing
Tell
like
us
energy,
the
isn't there,
secret,
after a
tell us
race
the
when you've
secret,
done
the
well.
tactic for tomorrow.
Tomorrow I will coming the start and full gas in the first kilometer and attack. And final, going to the beach.
I think they only know how to attack these two.
Party every day.
Let's go. I'm trying to get one of them. We have to talk to one of them at least.
Fast.
We
This
have
is
to
the
get Adrian
tactic.
here. Amazing energy from the Spaniards. Very, very happy to get that 4th spot. Not sure I've ever seen someone so happy to get the 4th spot, and saying how he's planning on tomorrow to get another attack and another good position. Very, very satisfied with their own race. Beating the Italians with a little trick, and we are here with Naaman Neumann and Leah Rivers. A good ride from them today. In the intermediate point, they were nearly 3 minutes ahead of their contenders, Sophie and her partner from Germany. It's Kim Ames, her partner. They were the leaders in the general classification, but today it looks like Neama and Leah are having a very, very good ride. There's some drama here in the race village as Some riders are suffering after this difficult stage. But let's get back to the leaders in the women's category. We assume they're still the leaders. We didn't get confirmation of that. We may get it soon in the feed zone. Looks like they've passed it, and they're less than 10 kilometers from home.
Today a good day because Lorenzo have a cramps with a stomach, but this is the race.
Is the weather, the temperature?
Yes, probably
we can hear the
really hot
Caput
Lorenzo, but it's normal. We stay in the first time in Israel. It's probably.
And how do you like the race, besides, of course, the situation of today?
Yes, it's a fantastic track today. More single track, more technical. It's really good.
The tactic for tomorrow? Shorter day tomorrow.
Yes. Defend the 5th position in general classification.
Thank you very much. Grazie mille.
Grazie.
Unai, we are joined by Unai Mateos. You just got 4th place. We saw you did a little trick over there. Tell us a little bit about it.
Bueno, my partner attacked in the middle of the race, and
He went forward, and you waited on the Italians, didn't you?
Yes.
And then, when you felt good, you attacked the Italians and leave them.
Yes, in the finale.
In the finale?
Yes.
It's such a good feeling.
Yes.
And it worked, the tactics today.
Yes.
Yeah, we can see you're on a high. You're so super happy.
Yes.
It's a great feeling.
We
Well
are
done.
very happy with the first position.
And you said you couldn't speak English, but you can.
Bueno, my English is very bad.
It's good enough for us.
But it's great fun. Well done.
Thank you.
Good job. Good luck. So all has smiles from Unai here after another good stage from them, finishing 4th, 13 minutes behind the Germans, and opening over a minute from the Italians. We just had Guy Niven and Ad Reisberg into the race village. 17 minutes and 45 seconds after the Germans, and another 25 seconds behind them, Milan Damek and Lucas Kaufmann.
And we saw with the Spanish tactics there that it's
לא
the
משנה
second
מה
rider
קורה, אתה
of the
ממשיך
team
לחייך.
that makes the time in the finish.
Maybe he's the most explosive rider.
No, he actually said no. I asked that, and he's actually the slower rider. So I said they messed up the tactics, but it still worked.
Still works, and maybe that's what they
אבל
try
יותר
to do in
מדי
the morning.
תקלות, גם
Yeah,
אתמול
just look at
תקלות,
this,
גם
put
היום
on such a
תקלות, מה
high, they're
הסיבה
going to
לזה?
be buzzing all night, all today and tonight.
All week.
אבל עשינו את הכי טוב שלנו וממשיכים לחייך וננסה לעשות הכי טוב לתוצאה מחר.
גיא, אני מניח שהשאלה הזאת היא בלתי נמנעת, אבל לא ככה דמיינת את המרוץ האחרון בקריירה שלך.
לא, אבל אתה יודע, זה חלק מהעניין. באנו היום לעשות הכל או כלום, התחלנו מקדימה, רצינו לעשות... האמנו שהפתיחה הזאת מתאימה לנו, היא באמת התאימה לנו, מצאנו את עצמנו מקדימה, ומהר מאוד הכל התחרבש, ניסינו לרדוף אחרי זה, ברגע שהבנו שהפער רחוק מדי, החלטנו שה-GC גמור, אנחנו שומרים את עצמנו למחר, ננסה לעשות תוצאה טובה מחר. הייתי אומר לנצח את השלב, אבל הגרמנים הם כרגע ליגה מעל כולם, אז מקום שני כרגע למחר זה יהיה המטרה, ונעשה הכי טוב שאנחנו יכולים, וכמובן שמחר אני אנסה ליהנות מכל רגע, זה יהיה יום מרגש מאוד.
איך זה יהיה בפעם האחרונה לעמוד על קו זינוק, ליד נדב, הבגדים של ישראל פרמיירטק, חולצת מוביל ישראלי במרוץ כזה, אחרי טור דה פרנס, אחרי שנה כל כך קדושה, מה זה הרגע הזה בשבילך?
רק מלחשוב על זה, על מה שתיארת לקראת מחר, אני כבר מתחיל להתרגש. זה יהיה יום מאוד מיוחד, זה כל מה שאני עושה מגיל 10, זה האהבה הכי גדולה שלי. עוד פעם אחת אחרונה, והגיע הזמן להמשיך לפרק הבא בחיים.
אמא ואבא פה, לא עוזבים אותך.
מההתחלה ועד הסוף.
בהצלחה מחר.
תודה רבה.
We just heard from Guy Nieve getting excited for tomorrow. It's going to be his final race of the career. We're getting some images from Naama Neumann and Leah Shrivers. Looks like they are the leading women riders. Maybe we'll have an Israeli winner in the elite women's category. And a little kiss from the parents for Guy Nieve. Here we have a number 10 the Austrians making it to the finish line, David Schugel and Thomas Garber. Another solid ride for this duo from Austria. Here we can see the winners of today, and we're just about to be joined by our top Israeli rider in a few moments' time.
He's just going to have a little drink there of recovery. The smiles come back on the face. It was pretty hard work today, wasn't it?
Yeah, was tough, mainly mentally, because once again we were up there, and once again a big mechanical issue
we saw that.
Really destroyed our race.
Yeah, and your morale went down a bit, didn't it? It's, I mean, day after day.
Yeah, we tried to chase, and maybe we tried to chase a bit too fast, and once we saw the field zone that the gap is still over 3 minutes, we realized that the GC battle is quite over, and we decided that it's better to save our legs. The GC is over, and maybe for tomorrow we'll be able to give a big fight for a nice stage result.
Okay, let's forget about tomorrow. Today, sorry. Tomorrow, your last day of racing. Has your Atzmon, I know Atzmon, and I can see your grandfather there, your parents, have they arranged some sort of party for you? Or you don't know?
Honestly, I don't know, and I hope they didn't. I mean, it's going to be a quite emotional day anyway, so yeah.
Well, just go and clean your head of everything that's happened. Come back tomorrow fresh and just enjoy it.
Exactly. That's what I'm gonna try to do.
That's great. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
We're just getting confirmation after a very nice interview from Gaini. We're getting confirmation of the women's result and the second feed zone. So Naaman Neumann and Liash Rivers are leading this time by 3 minutes, over 3 minutes, on Sophie and Kim Ames. So it looks like they're on their way for a stage win, unless they have some bad mechanicals. But it looks very, very good for Naama and Leah.
I think in the second feed zone they were 2 minutes ahead, so they're sort of stable now, isn't it, the gap? It's growing a little bit.
Seems like they've established the gap, and now they're keeping the gap stable.
That actually might be them. They had great shirts on there.
Yeah, it was them, Naama, with the backpack, as you mentioned earlier. Yep. Well, they're on their way. Some people are enjoying themselves on the beach, playing matkot.
Matkot. Now, the idea in that game is not to beat your opponent, isn't it? It's to help each other to keep the ball in the air at all times.
Exactly. It's a very different sport than what we're encountering now in the Bara Epic Israel. So here we are with the women leaders. Leah Rivers leading. Behind her, Naama Neumann, two very, very strong riders.
And we can see Naama in the singles leading there. And just to remind people, she is...
איך יודעים שהאבוקדו הבשיל?
גם באבוקדו!
תשאלו כל דוקטור. סימן איכות של חקלאי הגליל.
לקחת את האימון לאקסטרים. קורקומין אקסטרים. קורקומין ליפוזומלי בשילוב Q10 פטנטי. בר צמחים.
זה סמוקי דואו. תתאהבו חזק בצ'יפות לפיקנטי מעושן.
We just saw in the finish line Eliad Daniel and Eitan Levy finishing. Another very solid ride for the second Israeli duo on this race, as we're following Naama Neumann and Liash Rivers. Looking into the results, they're both very explosive riders, both good in the... We talked earlier about Leah, how she's good in the Eliminator, which is a 60-second long race, and Naama Neumann is very good in the short circuit races. Let's look at her results at short circuit. She finished 21st in the World Championships on short circuit. Very explosive riding for Naama.
Yeah, she's very technical and very good at that sort of effort. We can see she's been led in now, isn't she? She was leading on the singles.
So it's interesting to see these riders who are experts at short racing coming to a long race such as the Epic Israel and doing such a good performance.
Well, I spoke with Kim and Sophie's manager or team helper here, and he said they've had an awful long season, they're feeling a little bit tired, but still they've got enough energy to finish at such a good time today, hopefully.
And Yuval Friedman and Noam Strashnov.
They're completely wiping the Masters off the map here.
They are. Sharon Per and Viral Moga are still second, 11 minutes and 30 seconds.
I was saying earlier that they're probably looking for a GC result now, not just the first in the Masters.
They may as well. And third, Matan Gedulter and Eyal Katzenstein just under 13 minutes and 13 minutes and 15 seconds. Nir Zohar and David Reznik, another solid ride for this pair. So they may really look at the general classification of this race, as we can see in the Israeli TV. We're being joined by the race organizer, the one and only Gal Tzachor. Maybe we'll get him later too.
Well, he's got to pass us to get out of here, hasn't he? So we can block his way out, I think.
Well, he didn't get in through us.
No.
And he is the race organizer. He can organize the way out.
I'm surprised he's actually here. He's reportedly in many places at the same time.
That's part of the things, part of the skills you have to organize a race like this.
Yep.
You need to be able to be at least 3 or 4 places at the same time, I assume.
And I haven't seen Edith almost all today, so she's obviously been very busy today.
Edith is the co-organizer with Gal, and she is also a very, very busy lady.
And they also, not many people know this, but they partnered up and they actually won the mixed in the Cape Epic a couple of years ago.
That's an astonishing feat for these 2 riders winning the Cape Epic. And that's where they took, that's what they, when they organized the Epic Israel, they see the Cape Epic and they want to be at that level. And I think it has reached that level.
Yeah, I think that was where the idea was born in their mind.
Absolutely. And we have riders that won here first before they won the Cape Epic. So maybe the Bara Epic Israel is a little bit ahead right now.
I don't know what it does, what it takes to turn this event into a 7-day. Maybe it's a little bit too much for Israel, but it would be a nice thought, wouldn't it?
Would be a nice thought. It would be very hard logistically, especially since they have a different venue each night in the Cape Epic. They change. It's a point-to-point race, and each day there's huge logistics passing all of the equipment of all of the riders to the end of the race, because the riders don't race with all of their jerseys and all of their clothes and all of their equipment.
It would probably mean 2 sets of equipment for everything, wouldn't it?
Yes, it's a huge headache, I think, for the race organizers.
I think this is enough a headache at the moment for Gal and Edith.
What is another headache?
No, this is enough of a headache, I'm sorry.
It is enough of a headache.
We can put it to him. If we get him now, we can put the question to him.
You would do that. We just had some more and more riders cross the finish line. This time it was number 6, Sonke Wegner and Holger Scharschmidt from Germany.
הייתה צמרמורת, זה הדבר עם הכתף, הייתה לי צמרמורת. כל הזמן נמצא, זה המנוע, זה הטרלול. אין פה הזיכרון שלא עבר תדריך מגיורא. כלומר, הרמה, הירידה לפרטים, השאיפה לאפס טעויות, אפס טעויות. אחד, ולהיות הכי טוב בעולם מאידך, זה הדבר. כי אם לא זה, הייתי פורש 2,000 פעם. 2,000 פעם. אומר, זה לא הגיוני, זה אי אפשר לעשות. אי אפשר לעשות את זה. מה שרואים פה מסביב, אי אפשר לעשות. אני עדיין עכשיו, אחרי, עוד מעט מסיימים את התשיעי, אנחנו כמעט בני 9, אי אפשר. זה בלתי אפשרי.
אתה חושב על שנה הבאה?
אני חושב מה לא שנה הבאה. נכון, נכון. אני רוצה שנראה לכולם שאנחנו יכולים להראות להם איפה הדג משתין. פרדן מי פרנץ'. באמת, הרמה פה, הספורטאים פה, האנשים פה, הנוף פה, אפשר הכל, ולא רק הקונפליקט והקונפליקט והקונפליקט. ויש פה, חבל שאין לי מצלמה, אם אני הייתי מחליט, הייתי מראה עכשיו את הנוף. אני יודע. קיצור, אני מת שנהיה כתף לכתף עם טופ התחרויות בעולם, וכמו שאומרים בארץ הקפת הכנרת, וכולם יודעים מה זה, ככה אני רוצה שיהיה בעולם, שיגידו bara epic ישראל, וכולם ידעו מה זה. זה מה שיקרה.
אני לוקח אותך צעד אחד קדימה, אחת ההוכחות זה בעצם הצמד שמוביל כאן את התחרות.
נכון, נכון, נכון. מה שקרה איתם, וזה מה שאני מקווה שיקרה גם סתם עם תיירי אופניים, זה שהם יבואו והתאהבו, הם התאהבו מטעם עצמם. אני לא שמתי להם סם אונס בשתייה, בפיטזונים, לא קיבלו כלום. הם באו והם באים כבר 3 שנים ברצף, כי הם פשוט אוהבים אותנו ואוהבים את התחרות ועפים עלינו. ואני רוצה שזה מה שיקרה בדיוק, גם לתיירי אופניים וגם לרייסרים.
מה אנחנו מבינים מזה שאתה מצליח לעמוד איתם
כן, גם יש צוות עם השנים, נהיה כבר, פנינו איזושהי סדרת ניהול איתנה. אנחנו עדיין תמיד בתת כוח אדם ומתוחים עד קצה הציפורניים של הרגליים, ובטח אם יש איזה התקלות, אבל אנחנו משתדלים להשתפר גם בזה. אנחנו עדיין עושים את זה, א', כאילו זה one shot, אין עוד הזדמנות, וב', גרילה. גם מתנדבים, גם גופים כלכליים, גם כולם, אין כזה, אין כזה.
אני יכול להגיד שקהילת רוכבי האופניים בישראל מאוד גאה בכם, מאוד גאה בך, בפורצי דרך, וליאור הבטוח. כל הזיכוי.
תודה רבה, גל צחור. אנחנו עוד נדבר בהמשך כמובן.
יאללה.
להמשיך לדאוג לדברים הקטנים הבאים, ואנחנו פשוט נהנים פה.
יופי.
מגיעים לפה כל פעם. לחופשה השנתית שלנו.
יאללה, תבואו מחר, הולך להיות פה מפגר, תבואו מחר, אוהב אתכם.
תודה, תודה רבה. גל צחור.
So now we are joined by the race organizer Gal Tzachor.
Oy vavoy, how do you translate oy vavoy? Oh my God.
Only in English, please, Gal. We're not going to hold you as long as the TV holds you. Okay. Because I know you don't have much time. We haven't seen you much running around so frantically today. Is everything going okay to plan?
Yes, perfect. Except from the first stage, the prologue, the first day, that was hectic.
It was crazy. It was nuts.
Crazy.
There's a word in English, nuts.
Nuts. So it was nuts. It was also nuts behind the scenes. We had a lot of stuff to control. And
also, as commentators here, it took us time to get into the rhythm.
Okay.
We saw that. And today, I think everybody was in the rhythm.
You're right. Also, yesterday and today are like normal stages that we are used to.
That's right.
And the prologue was like suffocating 3 or 4 yeshuvim, villages?
Yes.
3 or 4 cities, towns, yes. But yesterday and today went like.
And we're looking forward to
water.
tomorrow?
Very much, and also for tomorrow evening.
Yes. How long do you have to work before you get to the start day in the year?
I'm working on each. We are already working on next year.
Wow.
I can tell you that.
And you're going to surprise us again with other new things next year?
The same venue.
It's a great venue.
In this municipality, I hope I will surprise.
I think there's no other better match for cycling and
fix all of our mistakes.
We always have mistakes, but they're very small ones, I've noticed today.
Food, knock on wood.
And would you like to say thank you to your team? Edith, Ilan, and the people who were helping.
Betach is, of course.
I know it's easy to forget because we're in the
No, it's not easy to forget. I'm nothing, really, nothing without Edith and the team. And all the broadcast crew and all the guys on the
volunteers.
It's like crazy. And the volunteers and all of our partners. I don't want to say their names because in English
too many.
I will forget. Yes. But it's a combination of a lot of forces.
Great. Thanks, Gal.
The English was.
It was okay. Passable.
It was great to hear you, Gal.
Thank you.
Here we can see the podium of this race. George Egger and Lucas Baum, yet again the winners of another stage of Bara Epic Israel, yet again putting the yellow jersey over the yellow jersey. They just can't take it off.
Do you think they're putting over the dirty yellow jersey? Because that'd be a bit of a waste. Have they already had a wash?
I'm sure they have.
It's not dirty, that's a clean jersey. No, it's a dirty.
It is the dirty one.
But their mum's watching this and been a bit disappointed with them.
I hope their mums are fine with this.
Is their father with it? Is the father here helping them like in the Cape Epic?
We should ask Lucas. We'll ask him later on today. Second place, worth mentioning, Charlie Martin and Tommy Letzman. And in third place, yet again, Victor Fernandez and Manuel Cordero. Another great stage of Bara Epic Israel has come to an end with this beautiful podium.
I mean, we couldn't ask for more today, could we? There's a lot less technical problems. the riders' fitness decided the race today, really, didn't it?
It was the fitness that decided the race. They felt the past 2 days in their legs, and here we can see what we had today. So the riders started from the race village in Nachsholim, a short neutral start before the race started going on. Pretty soon it was the Germans, George Egger and Lukas Baum, pressing on. We saw them warming up before the race, and they just kept on pushing on throughout the whole stage, making the gap grow over and over.
Gal's just informing us over the microphone that the start's going to start at 7 o'clock tomorrow. Anybody wants to come and watch, they're going to have to get up and just a little bit earlier.
We'll start at 7 o'clock. The first riders will be here, I believe, by 9. And then more and more riders will reach the race village. We also had some great racing in the women's category. We saw Naama Neumann and Liash Rivers. We'll hope they'll see them soon winning the stage. They managed to escape from Sophie and aim in the masters category. Another strong performance from Yuval Friedman and Noam Strashnov. In the grandmasters category saw a big change. Dan Zygmunt and Noam Schiller having a bad day. Eli Cohen and Israel Chen having a great day, and looks like they'll go into the leader's jersey.
I think Noam was feeling the amount of climbing he's done over the last 2 in his legs, 2 days.
We saw he was suffering. In the mixed category, don't know where Lian Vitkin and Tzachi Ben Gigi are. We'll wait to see where they come. For now, it looks like Andres Egger and Leah, his partner, are on their way for their first stage win in Bara Epic Israel. The ride of the Germans wasn't faultless, but it was still outstanding. Again, they blew up the field and they got to the race village with a big margin. They had lots of time to celebrate and enjoy themselves. They are the Bara Epic Israel leaders and the winners of stage 2.
I don't know what people can do to try and beat these guys. I don't see a way of happening unless they have a technical, which we don't want to happen.
We want it all to be fair racing, and they are very, very strong. Second came Karl Markt and Tomer Salzman. Another solid ride for this duo. 3.5 minutes or 4 minutes off the pace of the Germans. And a few minutes later came the Spaniards, Victor Fernandez and Manuel Cordero.
And just as we speak, the top masters 40-year-old riders have just come over the line.
Yuval Friedman and Noam Strashnov, another great stage win. I think in the top 15.
They look a bit tired. They look a bit tired today than they did yesterday.
Can they be tired? We can just see Liash Rivers leading Naama Neumann. They're getting closer and closer to the race village.
Yeah, this is live again, aren't we? This is now.
We are live. We're getting closer and closer. They can feel that stage win in the air. They want it bad. They look very, very focused on their bikes there. Leah's doing a long turn over there. She's a slightly bigger rider.
I would imagine Naaman there is just shouting out faster, slower, just to squeeze that last little bit of energy out.
Well, she told me they know each other very well, so I imagine they got to a pace and Leah can just keep it. Obviously they have to do that fine-tuning once in a while, but now when they're in it, it looks like they're cruising their way home. More riders have to walk where we saw the Germans walk. It's deep sand.
You know, if we have signs for dangerous singles going down the red sign,
נמצא איתי אולי הזוג הישראלי הכי ותיק בסצנת מרוצי המרתון, זוגות אופני הערים, נועם סטרשנוב ויובל פרידמן. מרוב שהם ביחד לא יודעים כבר מי זה מי, נכון יובל?
בהחלט.
נכון נועם?
ברור.
אוקיי, קצת ברצינות. השנה נראה שהכל מתחבר לכם, ולפחות בקטגוריית המאסטר אתם שולטים באפס תקלות.
צפו, כן, בינתיים הכל הולך לפי התוכנית, רוכבים יציב, לא עושים שטויות יותר מדי, נזהרים. היום התחלנו די דפנסיבי, רצינו לראות איך אנחנו נכנסים, היה התחלה מאוד מהירה, ובעלייה הראשונה ליהנות ראינו שאפשר קצת לפתוח ולנתק, אז לחצנו קצת, ומשם המשכנו יציב עד הסוף.
איזה מספר מרוץ זוגי שלכם זה סך הכל כולל קייפ אפיקים, אפיק ישראל?
וואו, לדעתי קרוב ל-20 ביחד, של רב יומיים.
ומה החולשה הכי גדולה של הפרטנר?
החולשה הכי גדולה שלו, שהוא הורג אותי.
והחוזקה? והחוזקה?
גם, שהוא הורג אותי.
ובצד השני?
אין, הוא מלך במישורים נגד הרוח. הוא מציל אותי שאין לי רגליים כבר. אנחנו מאוד מתואמים, קטעים שאני מוביל, יש בינינו סנכרון טוב. מדברים הרבה, מי שקצת פחות מרגיש טוב, אז אנחנו מתחלפים בהובלות לפי היום, לפי ההרגשה, וזה עובד יופי לאורך השנים.
סנכרון טוב, כמו שאומר לנו יובל, ואני אומר לכם שלאורך השנים גם חברות טובה, כל הכבוד לשניים האלה, בהצלחה מחר.
Sunka. That's correct. Okay, Sunka, well done today. We saw a great race. How was it out there on the track?
Oh, it was pretty tough. Yesterday I had a bad crash, so the night was really, really sad for me, and I suffered a lot at the beginning, and my teammate did a good job, and I was only able to follow him, so we managed to finish on place 11, and I'm glad that it went so well.
Did you have any technical problems?
Yes, we had a technical problem. We were in the first group, or just behind the leaders, and we punctured. So that was maybe a reason we lost a lot of time in the beginning, but at least everybody had a mistake, and so today was our mistake.
How was the singles tracks in there today?
Awesome. I love these trails. They are fast, they are narrow, they are sometimes really slippery and built with a lot of power from the bottom of the heart. Yeah, it's amazing what the people here are doing for the sport.
Yes, this is a mecca of cycling here, I have to say. It's the best place to be for Israeli mountain bike cycling.
Yes, I can't believe it. It was completely different than yesterday. Today it was quite, I think, more fun because of the trails, and I enjoyed every meter on the single tracks.
So you're looking forward to tomorrow? You're okay? You're still feeling okay for tomorrow?
Yeah, I had to go to the aid station, just put some new sticker on my bleeding leg, but I'm looking forward for tomorrow, and I'm happy and will be more happy to finish this race.
Well, thank you very much. Go and have a shake and have a rest.
I did some, but I do some more. Thanks.
Thanks.
And here we have Naaman Neumann and Leah Rivers, the winners in the women category. What a race for these girls today. After the disappointment of yesterday, they managed to show what they're worth, and they're totally worth a stage win here in Bara Epic Israel. Chapeau. You can see how much that means for them.
I think that's... I'm lost for words, to be honest.
Naaman.
I think that's such a relief from yesterday to do the job today.
התחבר היום, בלי תקלות, בלי עניינים.
כן, בלי עניינים, בלי major עניינים, אבל...
She's just saying that we didn't have any troubles today at all.
היה מגניב.
Yeah, what was the tactic against the JV Bruno superior team?
Actually, it was go big or go home, but we tried to be like calm on the climb, make the big climb, and then we saw we had in the downhill, we had a gap, and then we just went for it.
How is it racing with a local rider Naama in the trails of Israel?
I think it's good. Also, we are very, very similar technically, and she knows them a little bit, so I was just following her wheel, and it was amazing.
מה הטקטיקה למחר, והאם עדיין חלומות על ניצחון ב-GC?
צריך לראות מתי הן מגיעות. בעיקרון, אם לא קורה משהו קטסטרופלי, אין GC, אבל אפיק יכול להיות.
And tomorrow's tactic?
The same, go big or go home.
Go as fast as possible.
Tomorrow, by the way, after the race, you go home anyway, because it's the last day.
So they were on 4 hours and 1 minute. We'll have
go
to see,
big or
check,
go home! ליאה שיברס ונעמה נוימן מנצחות את קטגוריית הנשים. ועדיין נותנות לך פה כאילו לא עייפות, לא עניינים, מה נשמע?
And we're just about to be joined by the winners of the women category. I see you're smiling already, very happy with the win, I'm sure. We saw you riding together on the climb. Where did you manage to make the difference today?
Actually, the different ones in the downhill. We just went first in the downhill and went like full gas. And we don't know if they had a problem or just couldn't follow the speed.
We saw you on the climb, putting the pressure on a little bit. You couldn't see, but behind they started to suffer on the climb, I think.
Yeah. Like after the first water point, we were quicker through. So I went to Nama. She didn't stop at all, and I said, "Okay, let's go." So we went like on an attack to make them suffer. We were sure they would come back, and they did. But I think, we hurt them there.
Yesterday you had some problems. We all know about it. Was it easy to put that out of your mind for today?
Sure not. You always hope or pray that you don't have problems anymore. It can happen all the time. So we're just happy and thankful that it didn't happen today, and we could just show how strong we are.
Well, that's great. Well done. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we'll have Naama joining us. Well, we just heard from Leah, you're all very happy. How does it feel as an Israeli to win a stage in Epic Israel?
אז פער של 4 דקות בין המקום הראשון למקום השני.